All right, we are now here in beautiful Boulder, Colorado, here at Scott Carpenter Park for today's doubleheader action between the Colorado Springs Cutthroats and your Boulder Collegians. I am Alex Clark, your broadcaster for today's game, and I want to thank you all for tuning in today. The Boulder Collegians, 15-4 on the season, get their next chance here against the Cutthroats, as the Cutthroats were defeated by Boulder in both games of the doubleheader back over in Colorado Springs. They now get their chance to do the same at home. For the Colorado Springs Cutthroats, their lineup looks like this. They will lead off with Carson Sauter at short, followed by Tanner Peary in left, then Matt Rhodes over at first base. Mason Sauter is the cleanup man in center field, followed by Zach McVeigh over at third base. Dylan Scruggs is the designated hitter, followed by Blake Nelson, the catcher. Logan Wilson in right, and rounding out the starting nine is Chris Gracia over at second base. Pitching today for Boulder, making his Boulder Collegians debut, it's number 29, Zach Martinez, out of Phoenix, Arizona. Here, so he's getting his first shot, a three-pitch mix here for Martinez here. I was talking to him a little bit before. He's currently a free agent here, trying to get more going with indie ball here, but pitches a three-pitch mix with a four-seam fastball, a slider, and a changeup. That four-seamer going to sit between 90 and 92.
Now batting for the Cutthroats, number 40, shortstop, Carson Sauter.
So Carson Sauter gets ready to set things in here for Boulder, as we are just about ready to get things started here today. 78 degrees, a beautiful day as the first pitch on the way. A fastball taken for a strikeout on the outer half, and we are underway. Game time officially at 3:04. So now Carson Sauter here face off against Martinez, making his Boulder Collegians debut. The righty's next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the changeup, as the count now quickly 0-2. So once again, now Boulder ready to go. The next pitch on the way from Martinez is fouled off to the right side, as the count now goes to, well, the same of 0-2. Defensively for Boulder from left to right. Here, you've got Blackman in left, Castellanos in center. Next pitch on the way is taken on a slider, just missing outside as the count goes to 1-2. Luke Blackman in left with Castellanos in center. Zane Zenicola out in right. He's now ready again. The next pitch on the way. Fastball high and tight for ball 2-2 the count. Around the infield, left-right, you got Sobieschek. Hunter Hirayama was a late addition to the lineup today, with Chase Hildy at second, Derek Woolwine at first, and Shane. Not Shane. It's Brett Williams doing the catch against. The next pitch fouled off, keeps the count right where it's at 2-2. And like we've been saying, Zach Martinez, the kid out of Phoenix, Arizona, on the bump today for Boulder, wearing their baby blues with the white pants, their home jerseys. Next pitch on the way. Tries low and outside, doesn't get the call on the slider as the count runs full now, 3-2. So after Sauter got into an 0-2 count, is now worked the count full. So now Martinez working from the set. The next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side. That will find its way towards the parking lot. And we'll try it again here now at 3-2. For Boulder, their lineup looks like this. They will have Hunter Hirayama leading off at short, followed by Zane Zenicola in right. Diego Castellanos batting third and center field, followed by Sobieschek in the cleanup position at third base. As the next one's a ground ball, range over to his left is Hildy. He's got it. Throws over to first in time for the out, and that's the first out of the ball game. 4-3 in the books, and that's going to bring up Tanner Peary, the left fielder.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder, Tanner Peary.
So now Peary comes up here with one out here in the first inning. Still no score. Top half of the first. An absolutely beautiful day. Only a couple of clouds here in the sky. We're used to high 80s, low to mid 90s here in Boulder, and a nice refreshing day at 78 as the next pitch misses high on the fastball. Count goes to 1-0. But a beautiful day here. Blue skies abound. 0-1, next pitch on the way. Is taken for a strike on the fastball right down the gut as the count now goes to 1-1. But again, making his debut now for the team. Next pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled into the glove of Williams. The count now goes to 1-2. It's kind of funny. When he came in today, I was looking at who would be the stars, and I said, Zach Martinez. And I'm like, did you mean Alec Martinez? Did you mean Zach White? And he goes, nope, Zach Martinez. And then sure enough, Zach Martinez appeared. Next pitch on the way. It's swung on and missed for strike 3. First Boulder Collegians strikeout there for Zach Martinez here in the first inning. And that's 2 quick down here in the first.
Now batting number 34, the first baseman, Matt Rhodes.
So now Matt Rhodes, the first baseman, comes up lefty v righty with Rhodes playing the role of the lefty here. As Martinez fresh off his first strikeout. First pitch on the way is way inside and low. Gets away from the catcher Williams. Count goes to 1-0. And an interesting infield here. It's very normal for what Boulder would normally do here. But there have been 2 players in particular that I have my mind on here as the next pitch on the way. It's fouled right behind home plate as the count now level at 1-1. And that's Sobieschek on at third and Hildy on at second. We haven't seen Hildy on at second in a while. He's been mostly playing the outfield here, but I was talking with him earlier, and he says he feels most comfortable in the infield. It's where he gets the most of his reps in. And it's very evident watching him play second base. He plays a mean second base. Next pitch on the way, misses in the dirt. Count goes to 2-1 now. But also Sobieschek, whose defense has been really improving over the last few games. Had a couple mistakes here earlier in the season, but has been quickening up his pace just a little bit. It's been working out well for him. This is the next pitch now on the way for Martinez. Is in the dirt for ball 3. 3-1 now the count on Rhodes with Mason Sauter, the man on deck. No score. Top half of the first inning. Just getting started. We're just a few minutes into first pitch. If you're just tuning in now, I missed a whole lot yet. Next on the way is inside. That one goes off the glove of Williams. I know they're going to say that was a hit by pitch. It looks like that one went off the left part of his left arm, and that's the first base runner for the Cutthroats.
Now adding number 18, the center fielder, Mason Sauter.
So Mason Sauter now comes up, the center fielder. Here, one of the 2 Sauters on the Cutthroats team here. Now up with 2 outs and 1 man on. So now we'll see how Martinez does with the runner on. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. We don't know I don't think it'll be too much of an adjustment, though, here for Martinez. Already pitches from the set anyway, even with nobody on, so doesn't have to change his motion at all. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed on the high fastball. And now 1 strike away from getting out of the inning unscathed. But it was actually fun seeing Zach Martinez come in. He came in here with his baseball pants all on and undershirt tucked in while holding a burrito. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. 2 strikeouts in the first inning here for Zach Martinez as we get things going. It is Colorado Springs Cutthroats 0, and your Boulder Collegians coming up.
For the Cutthroats. And number 2, the shortstop from Miliana, Hawaii, 10 Center College of California, Hunter Hirayama.
All right, we're here now, bottom half of the first inning as Hunter Hirayama ready to get things started for Boulder in the bottom half of the first inning. He'll face off against Cole Jones, the tall righty here for the Cutthroats. As Jones, first pitch on the way, is taken for a strike, low inside on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. Defensively for the Cutthroats from left to right, you see Peary, Sauter, and Wilson with McVeigh, Sauter, Gracia, and Rhodes around the infield left to right, and Nelson doing the catching here for Jones. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2. If you didn't have another reason to love Hunter Hirayama, here's another one for you. This morning, woke up, was not feeling good, not feeling 100%, got an IV this morning, and is here now leading off for the Collegians in their doubleheader. That is dedication to the game as next pitch a ground ball. As the third baseman can't come up with a McVeigh, that's going to be a ground hit base hit, excuse me. There you go. That was a hard play by a third baseman to try to make there. So that's the leadoff single there for Hunter Hirayama. So
right fielder Zane Zinicola.
So a trick hop base hit here for Hunter Hirayama. Get things going here for Boulder as Zane Zinicola, the right fielder, is up first pitch, taken for a strike on the outside corner. Another fastball. Count goes to 0-1. That one, honestly, could have been an error or a single. I chose to think that's a single since it was a pretty tricky hop by a third baseman. But now Zinicola out of Castle Rock, Colorado. The next pitch in the dirt as the count now goes to 1-1. No score, bottom half of the first inning. Here with Hirayama on at first base. Definitely a threat to steal. A 85.7% steal percentage. As now Jones, the righty versus the lefty Zinicola. The next pitch is fouled off to the left side. So that'll find its way over towards the street. So I urge any kids around to do not go and get them unless you're still safe in doing so. As the count goes to 1-2. Zane Zinicola, again, the University of Northern Colorado product, batting just 167 on the season, an OPS of 508. But his bat has been heating up as of late. He's been getting some big clutch hits as well as showing off his speed. Next pitch on the way, Hirayama takes off, and this one's fouled. Another hit and run as the count stays now at 1-2. So there's another reset as Hirayama will head back over to first. And again, cannot understate the toughness of Hunter Hirayama. One of the only, I believe, 3 players right now that has played in every single game. And on top of it, this morning, got an IV in him, and he's still here to play. Absolutely incredible. Next pitch on the way. Misses that one a little bit low on the changeup as the count now level at 2-2. But for Zinicola, also pretty good at the stolen base. So at stolen bases, he's 4 for 6 so far. 66.7 completion rate on that. It's now Jones, the right, takes a long look. The next pitch on the way, a curveball. This is a ground ball over to the shortstop. Excuse me, the second base, and Gracia throws over to first. And it's in time for the out as on the play, Hirayama will move over to second.
Now batting number 4, the center fielder from Morgan Hill, California, 10 St. Mary's College, Diego Castellanos.
So Diego Castellanos comes up with a chance to put Boulder ahead here in the bottom half of the first. Still no score. On the play, Zane Zinicola thrown out at first, but Hunter Hirayama makes it over to second. So he now stands on at second, and again, just showing good speed on that as they knew they could only get one with how fast both runners were, so they chose to get the lead runner. Excuse me, they chose to get the runner at first, who was the best option at that point. So now we have Castellanos here, an OPS of over 1,100. Absolutely tearing the cover off the ball at St. Mary's College of California. Right now, next pitch. It's taken inside on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. So far right now, we've seen the fastball, slider, changeup, and curve from Cole Jones. We saw him last time that he played against Boulder here. He had a good outing here. Big lead over there by Hirayama jumping around. Next pitch on the way is fouled off weakly to the left side. Brings the count now to 0-2. And for Jones here, number 80. Here, I'm trying to see, because I'm 99% sure that we saw him in that game, and I'm exactly right. He went 4 innings, pitched 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned, no walks, and 2 strikeouts, getting the loss in that game to Nolan Archuleta. Final of that game was 11-0 with Boulder ahead as the next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. That's the second out of the inning and only the 5th strikeout of the year for Diego Castellanos.
Now batting number 19, the third baseman from Villa Park, Illinois, attending Bradley University, Isaac Sobieschek.
So now Isaac Sobieschek. Sobieschek comes up to the dish here. He currently on the season batting .314 here, but the number would be a lot more impressive if you asked that about it about a week or two ago. Next pitch on the way, Hunter Hirayama takes off, throw down at third base, throws a little bit weak, and he gets there in time. What a stolen base there by Hunter Hirayama, stealing third. Get a bit of an odd baseball thing on that one, seeing that you never want to make the third out at third, but man, the kid's got confidence, and now another stolen base to add to his resume. The count is now 1-0 here on Sobieschek. Next pitch, a ground ball foul to the left side, as that is fielded barehand by the first baseman Derek Woolwine here standing on deck. So now 1-1 evens up the count here for Sobieschek. But for Sobey, he was absolutely hot at the beginning of the season, and it's kind of cooled off a bit. He's trying to find that power stroke once again as the next pitch, a high pop-up, as this one will find its way foul towards the stands here, and that one just gets out of play, brings the count now to 1-2. But for Isaac Sobieschek here, taking a look at his game-to-game stats, his batting average has not dropped below 300 all season. As after the first game, he was batting .333. The next pitch, a high drive in a deep left center field. Going back for it now is Sorry. Dice can't make the play. That's going to be a base hit. Rounding first, heading for second to Sobieschek. He's going to get it safely as Hunter Hirayama scores. Boulder takes an early 1-0 lead here in the bottom half of the first inning.
Now batting number 5, the first baseman in Northeast Community College out of Boulder, Colorado, Derek Woolwine.
Now the first baseman Derek Woolwine comes up here in the bottom half of the first inning. Boulder now with a 1-0 lead. Here, a big double by Isaac Sobieschek. That one was hanging up for a little bit as Sauter made a diving effort for it, couldn't quite get it. So now Woolwine, who's been on a tear lately, comes up. Next pitch misses a little bit low as the count goes to 1-0. But now dealing with the first baseman here in Woolwine. Like I said, he's been killing the ball as of late. Gotten just in the last few games a few RBIs to his credit. As Cole Jones looks around, next pitch on the way is taken low for ball 2, 2-0. Now the count. In fact, just the last game here that he played against the Lumberjacks, 4 RBIs for Woolwine, one coming off of a walk and one off a bases clearing double. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled right behind home plate, brings the count now to 2-1. And one of the good things though about Derek, especially as a hitter, very patient. He is one of those guys, he has double-digit walks on the season with 11, with only 6 strikeouts. He's done exceptionally well with trying to find his pitch, driving it, as well as just getting on base. His batting average has been improving over the last few weeks as the next pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Count now goes to 2-2. Going back to June 18th, his batting average was at 212. Then it just kind of keeps going up and up and up and up, except against the Colorado League. Goes down a little bit, but after the big game against the Lumberjacks, it's now to that 238. With now an OPS of just over 800. Next pitch on the way. Misses a little low as the count now runs full. 3-2 with 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the first. 1-0. Your score with Boulder ahead after the RBI double by Isaac Sobieschek. Let's talk with Woolwine here. His best moment of the season so far has honestly just been able to keep playing, just be able to get good time as the next pitch is taken for ball 4. Another walk there. That's the 12th walk of the season for Derek Woolwine. That'll bring up Chase Hildy.
Now batting number 3, the second baseman from Eagle, Idaho, attended St. Mary's College, Chase Hildy.
That brings up Chase Hildy. But what I was saying about Woolwine there is that he's been working those at-bats, just trying to get every pitch that he can. And next building that OPS over 800 now is the next pitch to the Idaho kid in Chase Hill. First pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Oh, that's what I was saying for 1-1 as well, is that his best moment has been just to have the confidence that he's been playing basically every day over at first base, and he has Coach Rucco's confidence over at first. The next pitch on the way is a ball, gets away from the catcher for a ball as that one goes way over the catcher's glove. Looked like that was a bit of a mistake pitch there, as both runners will advance. So Check over to third, and Woolwine on over to second. It's the count now 1-1 here on Hildy. So 2 runners on in scoring position for Boulder in the bottom half of the first inning. But now we're Chase Hildy, a big chance to blow this game even more wide as the next pitch, a high pop-up in play. Bermuda Triangle at right center field as the center fielder Sauter is going to call everyone off and make the play for the third and final out. But 2 hits and 1 run for Boulder, no errors and 2 men left on. We head to the top half of the second. Our score 1-0. So right now, again, Hildy, a lot of speed. If he can put something in the gap to turn into a triple. Next on the way, drive into deep right center field. Going back now is the right fielder, looking up, and goodbye, baseball. Chase Hildy launches that ball into right center field, and this ball game is tied once more at 4-4. What a blast by Hildy, his second home run on the season, and that brings it to a 4-4 ball game. Top half of the second, Boulder now with a lead, so Zach Martinez gained to experience his first lead. Boulder Collegians here. He'll now take on Zach McVeigh, the third baseman here for the Cutthroats. As he takes second, has to retie his shoes. Here, but we're ready to get things going. Had a fairly easy first inning, didn't give up a hit, did get a runner on via the hit by pitch. Right now, Martinez, next pitch on the way, is taken for a strike. A high fastball. Count goes to 0-1. There you go. So now, again, ready here. The next pitch on the way from Martinez. Slider gets the outside corner, just touches it as the count now goes to 0-2. You just heard us talk about Randy Johnson here. That was the trivia question here on this date. In 2004, what pitcher struck out his 4,000th, just striking out Jeff Cirillo? A bit interesting as the next pitch taken for strike 3. That is a strikeout, second straight strikeout for Zach Martinez. Now that'll bring up Dylan Scruggs to the dish.
Now batting number 81, the designated hitter, Dylan Scruggs.
And it's kind of funny because it's one former Mariner pitching to another former Mariner. Here is Randy Johnson striking out Jeff Cirillo. Next pitch on the way from Martinez. It's taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. I'm glad I could get my PA announcer here to chuckle a little bit on that one. Of course, it's me. I can try to make anything into a Seattle Mariner reference, it feels like. So now 1-0. The next pitch all the way from Martinez. Inside, but gets the call on the fastball. Count now level at 1-1. Bit of a breeze now blowing in here a little closer towards home. Actually feels quite nice here. Still 78 degrees. Like, this is about as perfect of a day as you could want. Freshly mowed grass here. It's a beautiful day for baseball. His next pitch swung on and missed. Brings the count now to 1-2. And also, if you would like to, you are more than welcome to interact with the stream here on YouTube. Just leave a comment here. We can highlight them, talk about them. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, hopes, dreams, anything like that, go ahead. and put it on the broadcast. The next pitch is lined to the left field. That was his fair. It's base hit. That is going to stay fair. Rolls all the way to the wall. Fielding is Blackman. Rounding first, heading for second is Scruggs. We've seen him make these strong throws, but that one's going to be cut off by Hirayama. That is a one-out double for Dylan Scruggs, the designated hitter.
Now batting for the Cutthroats, number 22, the catcher, Blake Nelson.
So the catcher, Blake Nelson, gets his next chance here. It looks like, oh no, never mind. I thought I saw a different number out there for second base, but I thought we were going to have a courtesy run for the designated hitter. I'm like, wait, that doesn't seem right. That does not sound right. But again, now it's the catcher with a runner on in scoring position as the first pitch misses low. This one gets away. Here is now throw down over to third base and not in time, as on the play Scruggs had a nice little lead on it. There, he gets over to third. That's going to be a wild pitch, not a stolen base, though, as he didn't take off until after the ball had gone off of the glove of Williams. So he's now on at third, 90 feet away from tying out the ball game. As Martinez now set next pitch on the way. He's lined right back up the middle, tries to barehand. He can't get it. As Hirayama fields and throws over to first, and it's in time for the out, but the run will score as Blake Nelson will tie up this ball game at 1-1.
Now batting number 58, the right fielder, Logan Wilson.
So Logan Wilson now comes up with a tie ball game here in the top half of the second inning. 1-1 is your score. As now Martinez with nobody on and 2 outs. First pitch swung on and missed on the fastball to the right fielder. Count goes to 0-1. So now a tie ball game here in the top half of the second inning. Next on the way. Way inside, almost gets him as the count now goes to 1-1. One thing I'm noticing as well, and you can see it a little bit on the broadcast here, Sobieschek on at third. I was talking about his improvement defensively. One of the things I'm noticing he's getting a lot lower to the ground here on the pitch. If you take a look, he's basically in a catcher's squat as the next pitch ground ball foul right by the Boulder Collegians dugout as the ball is taken by Steven Lukasevich, who's our DH today. Brings the count out of 1-2. And maybe that's part of his strategy now for Sobieschek here, just trying to get as far down as he can, just so he has more range to work with. As next pitch swung on and missed for strike three, the fourth strikeout on the day for Zach Martinez. As we now head to the bottom half of our second inning, our score is tied at 1-1.
The designated hitter from Centennial, Colorado, attending Mississippi University, Steven Lukasevich.
All right, we are now here, bottom half of the second inning, tie ball game, 1-1 as Steven Lukasevich ready to lead things off for Boulder. And he takes the first pitch, grounds it, high chopper to third baseman McVeigh, long throw to first, and it's in time for the out. So 1 pitch and 1 out here for Cole Jones to lead off the bottom half of the second inning.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder from Broomfield, Colorado, attending Morningside University, City, Iowa, Luke Blackman.
So Luke Blackman ready to get things going here in the bottom half of the second 1-1 game. But Luke Blackman batting .324 in the season, and OPS just a couple points shy of 1,100. Next pitch on the way to him, misses outside, gets away from the catcher Nelson. Count goes to 1-0. We're watching Luke Blackman in batting practice earlier today, and he was absolutely smoking the ball. The ball just made a different sound off of his bat today, and I don't know, maybe he might have a good day because of it. As the next pitch taken inside for a strike, as the count goes to 1-1. On the season, 7 strikeouts, 6 walks, 13 RBIs, but also is the leader in hit by pitch on the team with 11. Next on the way. Misses low outside on the slider as the count now goes to 2-1. The tie ball game now, 1-1 after Boulder gets their run in the bottom half of the first. Colorado Springs gets there to the top of the second. Next is a ground ball to the third baseman. McVeigh blocks it with his body, gets it, throws over to first, and it's just in time. What a pick there by the first baseman, Matt Rhodes, to save the out.
Now batting number 18, the catcher from Carlsbad, California, attended St. Mary's College in Colorado, California, Brett Williams.
So now the catcher, Brett Williams, in the number 9 hole today. He comes up with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the second, batting .472 on the season. Here, that's not an exaggeration. He's batting .472 as the first pitch, a called strike. Count goes to 0-1 on the changeup there. He's been getting a ton of singles overall, batting .472, slugging .500 with an OPS of 1035. Absolutely great season for the catcher as the next pitch is driven into right center field. This one might be a base hit. It's going to drop in as fielding now is Sauter here. Williams makes the turn at first and goes back there. So that's a 2-out single for Brett Williams here in the second inning. And we're going to have a courtesy runner here for Williams as coming in. Yep, you guessed it. It is pitcher number 1 and TJ Newman to run for Williams.
Now batting number 2, the shortstop, Emiliana Hawaii, Hunter Hirayama.
So now we flip the lineup card back to the top here as Hunter Hirayama, who led up this ball game with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored, comes out now with 2 outs and a man on at first here. That man is TJ Newman, again, courtesy running for Brett Williams. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt, a block there by Nelson as the count now goes to 1-0. But 1-1 your score here now in the bottom half of the second inning. Newman getting a nice little lead over at first. Jones, look over, has a pickoff, and he's going to take off. Now throw over to second base. There's tag applied, and he is out here. So caught on the pickoff. There is TJ Newman as that will be a third out. So no runs off of 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. We head now to the top half of the third. Our score tied at 1-1.
Baseman Chris Russia.
So Chris Gracia
Gracia.
comes up here in the top half of the third inning, face off against Zach Martinez. Next pitch, fastball with a lot of run to that fastball. My word, you put a little extra on that one. It's called for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. As Martinez now in his third inning of work already, 4 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Misses a little bit low on that fastball as the count now levels at 1-1. So with the score tied at 1 apiece here in the top half of the third, Martinez making his Boulder debut. The next pitch misses for ball 2. As the count now goes to 2-1. Say that we're expected for him to go maybe about 3-4 innings today. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball, weakly hit. The second baseman Hildy has a trick hop, fields it, goes over to first in time. A great awareness there by Chase Hildy to keep track on that one and gets the play for the first out of the inning.
Now batting for the Cutthroats, number 40, shortstop, Carson Sauter.
So now Carson Sauter comes up here in the top half of the third. No base runners on because of good defensive prowess there by Chase Hildy as Martinez. Next pitch on the way, a fastball finds the outside corner as the count goes to 0-1. One thing good we've been seeing so far from Martinez, really good at the first pitch strike. Here, I think there's been only one batter so far that he has not led with a strike. Next on the way. Curveball that's hit high into the Bermuda Triangle in right field down the line. Second baseman Hildy calls everyone off, drops the hat, and makes the catch for the second out as he had to go a long way to get that one, and that's the second out here of the third.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder, Tanner Peary.
So Tanner Peary is the left field. He was the first strikeout victim of Alec Martinez back in the top half of the first inning. Game is tied at 1-1. Zach Martinez. As he looks in now, right, next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. Martinez has faced so far just 2 above the minimum through 2 2/3. Next on the way. Way inside, and that got him, it looks like. Or is it? I thought I heard a little bit, but looks like maybe I was just hearing a little more of the sonic boom off of that ball, as that thing had some major rotation to it. As the count now goes to 2-0, a way heavy inside fastball. As right now, Zach Martinez looking in now again, Ray wearing number 29 on his bag. Next pitch swung on and missed on the outside slider. Count goes to 2-1. So now once more looks, he likes to work quick, we're noticing here, and it's good at that part, try to keep the hitters off balance. Next pitch on the way, swung on and miss off the slider, brings the count even now at 2-2. But Tanner Peary struck out back in the first, trying to avoid the same fate here in the third. As he stands right now, Martinez, next pitch on the way is a ground ball, high chopper taken by Sobieschek. Double clutches, throws the first in time for the out, and a 1-2-3 inning for Zach Martinez and the Collegians. We head to the bottom half of the third inning. Our score still tied at 1-1.
Hunter Hirayama.
Hunter Hirayama ready to lead things off here for Boulder in the bottom half of the third. Still tie ball game at 1-1. As Hirayama so far on the day is 1 for 1. The first pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Hirayama did come up to bat in the bottom half of the second inning, but was cut short here after TJ Newman was caught stealing on the pickoff. Next pitch. Way inside, almost gets him. Count goes to 2-0. I know I've mentioned this already a few times, but I think it bears repeating that earlier today, this morning, he was in the hospital here getting an IV as the next pitch. Taken for a strike. Count goes to 2-1 because he wasn't feeling very good. Here, gets to the hospital, gets the IV. It's like, all right, I feel good enough now. I can go play ball. And here he is. He's already 1 for 1 on the day. 2-1. Next pitch. Misses low for ball 3, 3-1 the count. Hirayama's already walked a good few times this year. He's already walked 14 times. Could be his 15th if he takes one more ball. 3-1. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed as the count now runs full. Now 3-2. But he's been so good about trying to avoid the strikeout this year. 14 walks to 9 strikeouts. Only 3 of them were caught looking. He's make sure that if he's going down swinging. The payoff on the way, ground ball as the shortstop has to range way over to his right, throws on the run over to first, and it is just in time. You got to tip your hat there to Sauter, the shortstop there, who just made an excellent play to get out Hunter Hirayama.
Now batting number 11, the right fielder from Castle Rock, attending University of Colorado, Zane Zinicola.
So now Zane Zinicola comes up, and if you're Hunter Hirayama here, I bet you just got to say, you got to tip your cap from one shortstop to another, as Hirayama's been making plays like that all year long, and now he just gets put out on one, and he's walking back to the dugout first pitch, taking first strike, count goes to 0-1, going like, man, yeah, can't be mad at that one. I still do feel bad for you. He's been hitting the ball so hard and so well. It's been going right at the fielders. The 0-1. Swung on and miss on the off speed. Count now quickly 0-2 here on Zinicola. As right now, Zinicola has been struggling a bit this year, but he's been picking it up as of late here, getting a few more big base hits here, including a double against the Lumberjacks. Next pitch on the way, takes that one low. The count goes to 1-2. Zinicola currently batting 167 on the season. The next pitch on the way from Young is fouled off to the left side, and that was about 1 inch away from clearing the behind home plate fence. Keeps the count right where it's at 1-2. Also, if you want to help your Collegians get to the NBC World Series here, go ahead and visit us online at bouldercollegians.com. Next pitch taken inside for a ball. Count goes to 2-2. There you can donate if you feel so inclined here. We are much appreciative of it. But you can also buy merch here, from hats, shorts, T-shirts, all that fun stuff here. Card magnets, I believe, even there. A bunch of fun stuff that you can get to support your Boulder Collegians. That's the next pitch taken for ball 3. Full count now 3-2. All of it high-quality stuff. I'm currently rocking the Boulder Collegians hat, and I got to tell you, I've been wearing it every single day since I got here. And it is mighty comfortable, and it looks mighty stylish. Payoff now on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout there for Cole Jones. That is the second on the day. That'll now bring up Diego Castellanos to the dish.
Now batting number 4, the center fielder from Morgandale, California, Diego Castellanos.
Castellanos batting .462 with a OPS of 1130. Has been absolutely dominant this season. One of, if not the best hitter that Boulder has had this season. First pitch on the way to him is fouled off to the right side. The count now goes to 0-1. Castellanos was, though, the first strikeout victim of Cole Jones back in the first inning. But right now, Boulder and Colorado Springs deadlocked at 1 here in the bottom half of the third. Next pitch on the way from Jones is the curveball that misses outside as the count goes to 1-1. I'll say this as well. This is the second time that we've played the Colorado Springs Cutthroats. And Cole Young started in game 2 of that doubleheader. Next pitch on the way from Cole is a check swing. Says he doesn't go. It's in the dirt. Count goes to 2-1. And he was a very nice young man. Yeah, we've gotten to talk to him. He's excited about the opportunities he has. He's about 6'8" here. Very, very tall pitcher. And he also came into the press box because he was working the scoreboard. Next pitch, ground ball over to the first baseman here, taken there easily by Rhodes. He takes to the bag himself. 1-2-3, go the Collegians here in the third inning, deadlocked at 1. You are listening to today's baseball game on Boulder Collegians YouTube. One out here a double play will end the game. A base hit will probably score multiple and give Boulder the lead. Next pitch on the way, line into left center field. That's a base hit. That's going to score multiple as Newman will first score, followed quickly there by Diego Castellanos, and then Hunter Hirayama will make the stop at third as Zane Zinicola, double Z, gets an RBI double, and Boulder now leads it 6-5. What a base hit there for Zane Zinicola, his first on the day, and he gives Boulder a 6-5 lead.
Matt Rhodes.
Matt Rhodes leading things off here for the Cutthroats in the top half of the fourth inning. Fourth inning of work right now for Zach Martinez in his Boulder debut. First pitch on the way, a high fastball, misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. Through his first 3 innings here, has only given up 1 hit and 1 run. Has stranded only 1 man on. He's been aided by some good defense, but also has gone 4 punch-outs as the next pitch is swung on and fouled into the glove of Williams. As the count now goes to 1-1. So honestly, so far a good showing from the defense here from Boulder, but still needs to get it done on the offensive side of things. It's a tie ball game 1-1. Next pitch on the way is taken outside for a strike on the off speed. Count now 1-2. Defense shifted a little bit more to the right here for the lefty first baseman and Matt Rhodes, who his last time out reached via hit by pitch. The 1-2 on the way. It's fouled off to the left side. Looked like it was a bit more of a defensive swing, as that keeps the count right where it's at 1-2. Tie ball game 1-1 here in the fourth at beautiful Scott Carpenter Park. The next pitch on the way is driven deep down the right field line. If this one stays fair, it's gone, and nope, it just goes foul. That ball was hit about as hard as you could hit a ball. It was absolutely struck there. As also there's some warm-up activity going on in the bullpen over here. That looks to be number 51, which we actually don't have the numbers, I just realized, for the Cutthroats. Next pitch is fouled off to the left side. Keeps the count right where it's at 1-2. Also some more bullpen going on for Boulder here as Nick Mishuk is warming up for Boulder. But there's number 51 warming up for the Cutthroats as the next pitch on the way is lined down the first base side, goes foul once more. So Matt Rhodes and Zach Martinez currently deadlocked in this battle. So we're looking in here, ready to see what these two have got. The next pitch on the way is way inside, a little bit low. This count now goes to 2-2. And if I had to guess over there, it's not 51, it's 54, which means that it's Ben Coleman Or we saw Ben as well in the last games. Next pitch on the way for Martinez. Another foul ball. My gosh, he is fighting off everything. Show of a good hitter. Just keeps fouling off till he gets one he likes. As home plate umpire Dan Light gets a new set of baseballs there from the center fielder Matt Sauter standing on deck. That one comes back in. So we'll try it again here, 2-2. 1-1 your score here in the fourth. Now ready again. Next pitch on the way is a check swing. There, that's did he go? And base umpire Cameron Monaco says that he does not. So now Matt Rhodes has worked himself into a full count. Taking a lot of pitches here. Again, lefty Nick Mishuk warming up here for Boulder. Payoff now on the way from Martinez is swung on and fouled off here as the catcher Williams didn't get enough of it. Keeps count right where it's at. It's always fun how people say that the 3-2 is a payoff, but a lot of times it just isn't. Again, they'll foul it off or something else will go on and you don't get a result and you just try it again. The payoff, ground ball foul again. So this is one heck of an at-bat between these two. So now again here, Martinez, the next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 4. Probably one of the most expertly worked walks we have seen this season as Matt Rhodes gets on base for the second time today through the free pass.
Now batting number 11, third baseman, Zach McVeigh.
No, Mason Sauter.
Oh, forgive me. 18, center fielder, Mason Sauter, 18.
So Mason Sauter comes up 0-for-1 with a strikeout. He ended out the first inning with the punch-out. Next pitch on the way. This one gets away from the catcher, as actually I have a feeling this one might have actually just broken his glove. As he's looking through it, looked like he got that one in the pocket, but here it looks like the glove actually may have broken on that one. So time is being called as Coach Rucco will go out and talk to his pitcher on the play as well. Advances second is Matt Rhodes. I'd like to take our this time right here. Thanks to our sponsors for today's game. We would like to thank Alpine Bank, a continued sponsor of your Collegians, as well as the Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, and WK Real Estate, all proud sponsors of your Boulder Collegians, as well as Stretch Zone. But now it looks like we're back ready to go. Williams is going to stay and does not need to change gloves. Looks like it may not have broke. 1-0 the count here on Sauter. I thought it was 0-1, but doesn't matter. His next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1 now the count. Runner on at second base, Matt Rhodes, the farthest that he's gotten in today. He got on first base through the hit by pitch back in the first inning. Didn't advance any farther than that. Next pitch on the way is low. This one gets away from Williams, taking off for third. Now is Rhodes, and he'll get there standing up. So a wild pitch advancement there for him. That's the second one in a row for him as the count now goes to 2-1. Still no outs here in the top half of the fourth. Tie ball game at 1-1. Now looks at next pitch from Martinez. Ground ball up the middle as Hirayama ranges, gets it, turns and throws to first, and the throw is wide, and that one will get into the into the dugout of Colorado Springs and an extra base there for Mason Sauter there, and the run scores Matt Rhodes. So it's an RBI for Mason Sauter, breaks the tie, as now that will bring up Zach McVeigh.
Now batting number 11, third baseman, Zach McVeigh.
So a base hit there for Mason Sauter brings in a run. He then advances off of the E6 as the next pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. Advances from the error throw by Hunter Hirayama. But McVeigh now up on the day 0-for-1 as Nick Mishuk continuing to warm up there for Boulder. A couple looks over to second for Martinez, who's not even being held as he now steps off the rubber, just trying to collect his own thoughts. But now we're back here, ready to go once more. Martinez look over to second, and he takes off for third, shows bunt, lays it down, fielded easily by Martinez, who fields and throws over to first in time to get the out. But it's a sack bunt there for Zach McVeigh as he gets Sauter over to third. But now that's one out here in the inning.
Now batting number 81, the designated hitter, Dylan Scruggs.
It's now Dylan Scruggs here, who got the first hit of the day for Colorado Springs. A double back in the second, comes up with now a 2-1 lead. Next pitch is taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. But Colorado Springs getting their first lead of the ball game. Boulder got the lead first in the bottom half of the first inning as the next pitch swung on and missed on the slider. Count now goes to 0-2. But then Colorado would score one in the second and now one in the fourth to take this 2-1 lead. Now looks in, Martinez ready. The stretch, the kick, the fire. Misses high on the fastball. Count goes to 1-2. Try to get him to chase the high pitch there. Not quite sure if the high pitch is the right move there with a runner on at third, so he's shown to have good speed. Maybe he's trying to get him to climb the ladder a little bit there. So looks in, now the 1-2. Swung on and missed for strike three. A big strikeout there for Zach Martinez, as that's second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher and Blake Nelson.
Now batting number 22, the catcher, Blake Nelson.
Blake Nelson, the owner of the first RBI for Colorado Springs, here with that ground out here 4-3. Was able to drive in Dylan Scruggs as the next pitch swung on and missed. A bit of an abrupt swing there from Nelson as the count goes to 0-1. Lefty v righty, advantage to Nelson playing the lefty in this. 2 outs here in the 4-2-1 your score. The next pitch fouled off as count now quickly 0-2 as Zach Martinez one strike away from getting out of the inning. 2-1 your score, 0-2 the count. Zach Martinez now with 5 punch-outs on the day, looking for his 6th. The kick, the 0-2 delivery, misses outside and high as the count now goes to 1-2. But the Phoenix, Arizona native, the Heat's definitely not something that he's not worried about here. In fact, today's probably a breezy day for him. Next pitch. Fouls that one off, so we'll try it again here at 1-2. But Blake Nelson, again, already seeing more pitches than back in his last at-bats. Grounded out on the first pitch he saw, and now is 1-2 here. Ready, the next pitch on the way. Curve will take it for strike three. The first strikeout looking on the day for Zach Martinez, but one more run does come across off of 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on as we now go to the bottom half of the fourth. Score is 2-1.
Illinois, Penn Bradley University. Third baseman, Isaac Sobieszczyk.
All right, that's going to bring up Sobieszczyk to lead off the inning here. He's 1 for 1 with a double and an RBI back in the first inning. He has the lone RBI for Boulder today as the first pitch is lined into right center field. That's going to be an extra base hit. He will round first, head for second as the shortstop. Sauter throws it in to the shortstop Sauter, and he slides in underneath the tag. A leadoff double for Isaac Sobieszczyk to get things started here in the fourth inning.
Now pitching for the Collegains, number 9, attending Metro State University, Alec Martinez.
All right, so Alec Martinez coming in to hit for Derek Woolwine here. So hopefully everything's all right with Woolwine here, but looks like right now we're going to see Alec Martinez, who hasn't gotten a whole lot of offensive opportunities in this game, as the first pitch on the way to Martinez is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. One thing interesting to note here is that Coach Rucco was talking a lot about do not swing on the first pitch unless it is absolutely perfect. And I think Sobieszczyk got one he liked, and hey, you got a double out of it as next pitch fouled off. Count now to 1-1. Alec Martinez out of Metro State University, Brian, Colorado. Metro State University also going to be the home of another doubleheader that Boulder will be playing against the Lumberjacks later on, but still trying to figure out what the shortened game will turn into. Because I'm not sure if they want to play a triple header at that point. Long look around for Cole. The next pitch on the way is way inside in the dirt. Again, a good block there by Nelson. So the count now goes to 2-1. Alec Martinez, one of the two-way stars for this team here, batter and pitcher. One of the only players I think we see regularly that also hits and pitches. He, in fact, also has the first homer on the season against this very team as the next pitch misses for ball 3-1 the count. I think that's why they try to get it into the lineup here. In fact, he has that big home run here, which we may show you during the break again, just to maybe refresh your memories a little bit. On the season right now, batting .556 in limited opportunities, but slugging 1,000. Playing good ball when he gets the opportunity. The 3-1 is a high drive in a deep right center field. Tracking it is Sauter. He's there, and he makes the catch. Tagging from second now is Sobieszczyk. The throw into third is way off line, and that one goes out of play. And so that is going to score a run. So on that one, I'm not quite sure you give the RBI to on that, or if you even do. I don't think you do. I think it's an unearned run at that point. Yes, it is. And Sobieszczyk will score.
Now batting number 3, the second baseman from Eagle, Idaho, Chase Hildy.
So Chase Hildy comes out. I believe that's an E6 on the books. I think that was the shortstop who got it, either shortstop or the second baseman. So E6 as Chase Hildy now comes up to the dish. The first pitch is grounded foul down the first baseline. Count goes to 0-1. Hildy flew out to the center fielder Sauter back his first time up, ended out the first inning, but now it's a tie ball game here, 2-2. These two teams have been fighting for that position here all game. As the next pitch on the way, a curveball misses for ball 1-1 the count. As Ben Coleman resuming his warming up routine over down the first base line. So now he looks in, once again, ready. Jones, the next pitch is swung on and missed. Count now goes to 1-2. But right now for Chase Hildy on the season has been batting .292. Next he lines one into left center field. That's going to go for a base hit. Fielding it out is Peary, as Hildy thought about going for 2. Going to stay on out 1, so he gets a 1-out single.
Now batting number 27, the designated hitter from Centennial, Colorado, Steven Lukasevich.
So now Lukasevich gets his next try, batting .423. His last time out, grounded out to the third baseman there in McVeigh. The Hildy on at first. You know that with his speed, he's all right. Think about second base. There's a quick pickoff over to first. Hildy gets back in safely. For Chase Hildy, he has been an absolute threat on the base paths. So far for him, already 6 stolen bases on the season. Next, another pickoff over to first, but nothing doing. Believe it or not, though, for Hildy, even with his speed, his 6 stolen bases are not that much. There's a lot of players already with double digits. His next pitch on the way is a high pop-up into left field as Peary trying to track that one. Has to work against the sun is there, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And now that's going to bring up Luke Blackman to the dish.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder from Broomfield, Colorado, Luke Blackman.
So Blackman, who grounded out over to the third baseman his last time up here on the day, 0 for 1. Chase Hildy still on at first, maybe trying to get second base to get him into scoring position. It's Cole Young. Next pitch is taken low for a ball, taking off for a second. Is Hildy. He's going to get in without a throw. A great jump there for Chase Hildy as he now gets his 7th stolen base on the season. Count now 1-0 here on Blackman. Out of Morningside University. An OPS of well over 1,000. Now looking next on the way is taken low for a ball, 2-0 now the count on Blackman. And that stolen base, very important there for Hildy especially, just because now a single will give Boulder the 3-2 lead, whereas normally probably would have needed an extra base hit even with Hildy's speed. Next on the way is a high pop-up into right field. Going after is Wilson. Tracking it in the sun. He's there and makes the catch. So 1 run does come in. It is not earned off of 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on. Heading to the top half of the 5th. It's 2-2 score.
'58 right fielder Logan Wilson.
Logan Wilson to lead things off here for the Cutthroats. A couple of changes here for Boulder as Zach Martinez day is done. Nick Mishuk will now come in to pitch. So first pitch on the way from the lefty misses a little bit low to Wilson. Count goes to 1-0. Also defensively as Alec Martinez takes over Derek Woolwine over at first base after being pinch hit for earlier. As the lefty's next pitch on the way misses a little high. Count goes to 2-0. But Nick Mishuk out of Parker, Colorado, attending Northeast Community College. Left-handed pitcher, 6'1". The next pitch on the way swung on and missed. Count goes to 2-1. Zach Martinez's day is done. 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, given up 2 runs, both earned with 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. I'd say that's a pretty effective outing for his first time on his Boulder debut. The next pitch is fouled right behind home plate. Evens up the count now 2-2. For Mishuk on the season, 4 innings pitched, 5.25 ERA, 5 walks to 4 strikeouts. 5 strikeouts to 4 walks, 7 runs, only 3 earned. But a bit of a victim of circumstance. There's the 2-2. A curveball taken for strike 3, looking the second straight strikeout looking for the Collegians here in this game, as now that's going to bring up Chris Gracia.
Now batting number 35, second baseman Chris Gracia.
So now Gracia comes up here, 0 for 1 on the day, was put out off of a great play by Chase Hildy. His last time is now another curveball taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. For Mishuk, batters only hitting about 235 off of him. No official record yet. Also used as a reliever for the team as the next pitch on the way. Another curveball taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. And that curveball really is his bread and butter. Whereas will throw that one for strikes. It'll look like it's going to, especially against a lefty, it's going to start out looking like it's going to hit you in the ribs, and then it'll be right over the heart of the plate as the next pitch. Fastball misses low, gets away from Williams. Count now goes to 1-2. Bit more of a breeze starting to come out here in Boulder. 2-2 your score, top half of the 5th inning. Next pitch on the way is fouled off. We'll keep the count right where it's at. If you'd like to interact with the stream at all, feel absolutely free to leave a comment here on YouTube. We can highlight them. We can talk with you, all that fun stuff here. Any comments, concerns, hopes, dreams, all that kind of fun stuff. If your questions, I can answer them on air for you. The 1-2. Misses low. Another good block there by Williams as the count now level at 2-2. But it's lefty v. lefty here. Mishuk already got a strikeout looking against Logan Wilson. Now against Gracia. The next pitch, a fastball, misses outside as the count now runs full 3-2. I actually haven't seen Mishuk in a good little bit here. This is first time pitching in a while. As the next pitch on the way is high pop up. That one going foul, finding its way into the little park area. Keeps the count right where it's at. Pitch-wise, last time we saw him was 11 days ago against the Greeley Grays, where he pitched 1 inning. Only faced about 6 hitters during that time. Walked 2, struck out 1, did not give up any earned runs. As the next pitch, a grounder in the infield, taken by Mishuk, goes over to first, and it's not in time. That's an infield base hit for Chris Gracia here in the top half of the 5th inning. And that's going to flip the lineup card back over to the top here for Carson Sauter to the dish.
How about in number 40, the shortstop, Carson Sauter.
So now Carson Sauter comes up here on the day, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. But now it's facing off against a lefty here in Nick Mishuk as the first pitch misses a little bit high. Their count goes to 1-0. But a bit of an odd play there for the base hit for Chris Gracia, as it was right in between home plate and the pitcher. As the next pitch on the way is taken high for ball 2. 2-0 the count. Is a high chop that eventually Mishuk took, but very easy also could have just been Williams' ball. Count 2-0 right now here in the top half of the 5th inning. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 2-1. But Mishuk, the lefty, facing off here against the righty and Sauter. The next pitch taken for a strike off the slider inside. 2-2. A now mirrored count. 2-2. Also the score of this game, as these teams have been fighting here at the top of the lineup. Next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. Second strikeout on the day for Nick Mishuk. And now there's 2 outs with a runner on at first for Tanner Peary, the left fielder.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder, Tanner Peary.
Peary on the day, 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out over to Nick Mishuk. Isaac Sobieschek over at third base. Nick Mishuk is the man on the mound who's now just made his debut here in this inning. With lefty on the bump here, maybe not as much of a want to steal from Gracia as the next pitch taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. For Nick Mishuk, again, really likes to rely on the off-speed pitch, working the curveball as well as his fastball to really complement as the next throw is a pickoff over to first, but nothing doing. 2-2 your score here in the top half of the fifth inning. Remember, these are 7-inning games. Mishuk, a look over to first. The next pitch on the way is inside, and a great block there by Williams to keep the ball in front of him as the count now levels up 1-1. 2-2 your score. Here from Scott Carpenter Park. A few more clouds in the air, but nothing weird with it. As now we have a line drive into right center field. Going for it is the right fielder, and Zenicola tracks that one down and makes the catch for the third and final out. So no runs on one hit, no errors, and one man left on. We head to the bottom of the fifth. We still have a tie ball game at 5-5.
The catcher from Carlsbad, California, Brett Williams.
Brett Williams leading off things here for Boulder. Bottom half of the fifth inning. New pitcher on the bump here for the Cutthroats as Ben Coleman comes in relief of Cole Jones, whose day is done at 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 earned with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. So now it is the righty in Coleman who'll face off against 9-1-2 here for Boulder. Brett Williams, the catcher, 1 for 1 on the day. First pitch misses on the outside. Count goes to 1-0. But a 2-2 ball game here, bottom half of the fifth inning. These two teams have been seesawing for control as the next pitch on the way misses high on the off speed. 2-0 now the count. But right now at this point, I am 100% convinced that Williams at some point this season will be batting an even 500 if he keeps up the way that he's been doing it. The next pitch on the way is driven deep to right field. As going for it is Wilson. He's there, and he makes the catch for the first out here of the inning, as now that'll bring up Hunter Hariyama to the dish.
Now batting number 2, the shortstop, attended St. Mary's College in Northern California, Hunter Hirayama.
So Hirayama comes up now, 1 for 2 on the day, with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored. So right now, it comes up with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th tie ball game. 2-2. It's been a heavy pitching game. Shows bunt, pulls it back as the pitch is inside. Count goes to 1-0. Definitely not the first time here as the appeal down to first base. The home plate umpire, the base umpire, Monaco, says that he pulled it back in time. Definitely the first time we've seen Hirayama square around a bunt as next pitch taken for a strike, 1-1 the count. We saw both Rhodes and McVeigh there playing very early in, and it may be a bit of strategy there. With how fast he is, he can still hit the ball pretty dang hard as next pitch, a curveball, misses high. Ball 2-1 the count. Been interesting here now. Ben Coleman coming into pitch. Very similar kind of style to that of Nick Michuk here. And definitely not going to overpower you with a heavy fastball. But does have a lot of great breaking stuff. The 2-1. Way inside. And that gets Hirayama. So he goes over to first base the hard way here. And now that's going to bring up Zane Zinicola to the dish.
Now batting number 11, the right fielder from Colorado, Zane Zinicola.
So now with a 1 out here, the next batter, Zane Zinicola, 0 for 2 on the count. Next pitch on the way is taken inside for a ball as the count now goes to 1-0. But Hirayama getting hit at first base just feels kind of like insult to injury with the fact that he was in the hospital this morning. So, I mean, I think he'd rather have that hit by pitch than anything else. But next pitch on the way is taking high for a ball. Hirayama takes off and nobody knew what to do. He is so good at just taking advantage of little misplays, just little cracks in the armor. There as he steals second base. Count now 2-0 and second stolen base on the day for Hirayama. Now, next pitch on the way from Coleman is a high shot into shallow center field. Going for it. It's going to fall right in between the Sodders as Hirayama will go back to second. Didn't know where that one's going to be caught as the shortstop Sodder and the center fielder Sodder falls right in between him for a base hit.
Now batting number 4, the center fielder from Morgan Hill, California, Diego Castellanos.
After the bloop single from Zane Zinicola, he gets on first, and now Boulder has runners on at first and second with 1 out for the ever so dangerous Diego Castellanos. Castellanos at St. Mary's College of California. Morgan Hill, California. His next pitch, a ground ball over to the third base, take it to the bag himself for 1, or the throw over to first, and it is not in time. So Castellanos reaches via the fielder's choice. Hirayama is cut out at third, and Zane Zinicola goes over to second. So now, same situation, but now 2 outs here as Isaac Sobieschek comes up to the plate.
Now batting number 19, the third baseman from Village Park, Illinois, Isaac Sobieschek.
Right now, this is the one batter that Colorado Springs does not want to see. He is 2 for 2 today with a couple of doubles, as well as an RBI. He is on fire today. And now, with a lot of speed on the base pass, has a chance to drive in some more. Now, quick pickoff over the first side. That's going to be is that going to be a balk? That should be a balk. There, that was a fake throw to first, but not called one. Very, very interesting there. Yeah, you're still not allowed to fake a throw to first, even if you step off. The next pitch on the way inside, almost got him. There's the count. Now goes to 1-0 on Sobieschek. So we'll see here now as runner on at second base is Zane Zinicola on at first. Zinicola on at second. Castellanos on at first. 1-0 the count. Next pitch to Sobieschek is fouled off to the right side as the count goes to 1-1. It's something impressive to see here for Sobieschek. He has struggled in his last few games here. Last 5 or 6 games only has about 1 hit. And now has 2 extra base hits in this game today. So, hey, maybe something about the home cooking. Maybe something about just getting to play in front of the friendly confines here of Scott Carpenter Park. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball. Jumps over here from the runner at second base. Throws over to first. throws into second base in time for the out, and that will end the end. Castellanos is cut down at second base. We have no runs off of one hit, no errors, and 2 men left on. We head now to the 6th. Our game's still tied at 2.
Baseman Matt Rhodes.
Matt Rhodes leading things off here. Top half of the 6th inning, still a tie ball game at 2-2. Here is Nick Mishuk still on the bump here for Boulder as the next pitch on the way is taken for a ball on the slider outside. Count goes to 1-0. 2-2 ball game here, even with Boulder having the majority of the hits. Next pitch misses for ball 2-1 the count. It has really been a pitching exhibition for both sides here, as the defense has been on point, only a couple of errors. 2-0. Take it for a strike on the fastball, 2-1 the count. Only one error here so far for Boulder and one error for Colorado Springs. Next on the way. Slider misses outside, 3-1 now the count. In fact, it's even been limiting the walks on both teams here. So far for Boulder, they've only walked a total of one person from Zach Martinez. And then for Colorado Springs, they've also only walked one as the next pitch is fouled off. Brings the count full now 3-2. So again, it's really been the offenses putting together here, trying to fight against these pitchers who are just dominating so far today. As now Mishuk ready. The next pitch, a high pop-up into right field. Going for it is Zinicola, just shy of the warning track, is there, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning. And that's going to bring up the center fielder in Mason Sauter.
Now batting number 18, center fielder Mason Sauter.
Sauter on the day is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout, advanced to second off of an error by shortstop Hunter Hirayama. But now Mishuk ready here with 1 out, 2-2 score. The next pitch taken for a strike off the slider as the count now goes to 0-1. 1 out for Mishuk now in his second inning of work. The next pitch way inside, a bit of a brushback. 1-1 now the count. For Nick Mishuk, again, he's been lowering his opponent's batting average. Now, coming into this game, batting .235, which is a little bit higher for most of the pitchers. As now this is a liner into left. That's going to drop in for a base hit as Luke Blackman will field it on a hop. That's a 1-out single for Mason Saunders. That one's thrown into Hunter Hirayama. Now that'll bring up the third baseman and Zach McVeigh to the dish.
Now batting number 11, third baseman, Zach McVeigh.
Zach McVeigh on the day is over 1 with a strikeout and a sacrifice bunt. Moved a runner on over to third base, but now comes up with one out, runner on at first. A quick pickoff over to first base. But nothing doing as Sauter gets back in safely. With the lefty Mishu, you can bet that he's going to be trying to make sure that these runners stay honest. The next pitch, a fastball taken for a strike off the high outside corner. Count now goes to 0-1 here on McVeigh. But 2-2 your score here between these two high-powered ball clubs. The next pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2. The last time these two teams faced, Boulder won both games and both games handily. But right now in this one, they are fighting for it here. Long look to first. Next pitch swung on, and that was taken low for a ball. And advancing over to second base off of the stolen base there is Mason Sauter. So he gets on to second base via the stolen base, and McVeigh now works with a 1-2 count. Oh, they did say it was strike three. I thought I saw that there was a different call there, but nope, that's strike three here for McVeigh.
Now batting number 81, the designated hitter, Dylan Scruggs.
Scruggs on the day, 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored back in the second. He now gets his third try at the dish. As Mishuk now pitching, next pitch is fouled off. Taking off for second is Mason Sauter, but he has to go back as the count now is 0-1. And ever since now, Mason Sauter looked like he was just ready to go the moment that he saw Mishuk just start to move on that one. 2 outs here in the inning as Hildy fakes the pick over to second, but next pitch taken outside for a ball, 1-1. Now the count. Dan Light has been working the fairly big strike zone today overall. Long look over to second for Mishuk. The next pitch, a fastball finds that outside corner, just catches it as the count now goes to 1-2. For Dylan Scruggs, the designated hitter, got the scoring started basically for Colorado Springs. His next pitch taken outside for a ball, throw down to third base. Tag is applied, and he's safe as Sobieschek didn't cover the bag in time there. They throw had him beat, but Sobey wasn't on the bag, so that's a stolen base there for Mason Sauter. 2-2. Now the count, at a very aggressive base running call there for Colorado Springs. Again, you don't never want to make the third out at third. 2-2 the count. Next pitch from Mishuk misses low, so the count runs full now. 3-2. Game again is tied at 2. These two have been going back and forth all game. The next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3. A huge strikeout there for Nick Mishuk. So no runs on one hit, no errors, and one man left on as we head to the bottom half of the 6th. Our score is still tied at 2. Bottom half of the 6th inning here, as leading off is going to be Alec Martinez.
Now batting number 9 from Brighton Metro, Alec Martinez.
On the day for Martinez, here is 0 for 1 with a fly out to the center fielder. His last time up, the first pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Martinez out of Brighton, Colorado, Metro State University product. Batting above 500 as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count now goes to 2-0. Again, I want to thank everyone tuning in here on YouTube on Boulder Collegians Baseball. The 2-0 pitch on the way is lined foul. That one was hit hard right at the parking lot. And I think actually on that one, a lot of the cars should be happy about how hard he hit that one because that one cleared the parking lot. That one stayed fair. That one might have actually been in the water park. Another count now 2-1 here now on Martinez. The next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, gets it on the off speed. As the count now level at 2-2. But Alec Martinez here started out this game on the bench, was a pinch hitter for Derek Woolwine and took over for him defensively as next pitch a curveball misses for ball 3, full count, now 3-2. Ben Coleman now in his second inning of work. The first inning gave up just 1 hit, but did hit 1 batter, but no runs came in. Game is tied at 2 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning here. They can get 1, then they can try to end it in the top of the 7th. The payoff on the way is a ground ball foul as Coach Gregory over there does not even want to try to make that one, and honestly, I get it. That ball was hit pretty hard. I was about to say, though, yeah, no, definitely. Got still some moves for that age as well. I'm only 30, and I think I'd have a little trouble with that one. But, hey, coaches are just as great a shape as the players are. They got to be to keep up with these speedy collegians. The payoff on the way is another foul ball to the left side. As hopefully, if that one avoids the road, then we'll have a myriad of kids trying to return it to get a free snack or beverage. That sounds like someone got it. As you may have been able to hear there, the kids, they have this organized system, it feels like, for these kids. They know when the ball is gone, where it's at. The 3-2 on the way. Swung on and missed off the sweeper. And that is the first strikeout on the inning. And that'll bring up Chase Hildy to the dish.
Now batting number 3, the second baseman from Eagle, Idaho, Chase Hildy.
So now Chase Hildy comes up to the dish, batting .292 on the day, is 1 for 2 with a single and a stolen base. He faces off against Ben Cole, shows bunt, pulls it back as the count goes to 1-0. Bit fun here. I actually got to talk with Hildy's parents, who came all the way out from Idaho to watch him play today. Very nice people. It's fun to get to talk with you. And if you ever come to the game and you see me around, go ahead and say hello. I love getting to talk with the fans. As the next pitch misses low, goes past the catcher and Nelson. Brings the count now to 2-0. Steven Lukasevich will field that one and give it back to the home plate umpire, Dan Light. But it's always fun whenever you have the parents here to support these athletes here. The 2-1. It's fouled off. That one almost into the glove of the catcher Nelson, but that one goes off of it. He's counting out 2-1 on Hildy. The Idaho kid has been hitting the ball hard here, but is also not afraid to lay down a bunt. We saw against Arvada. He laid down a very strong bunt here that got him an infield base hit. The next pitch on the way is in the dirt, gets away again from the catcher. It's a count now 3-1. With Hildy's speed, if he works a walk here, I would not be too surprised to see him shortly standing on it at second. He already has 1 stolen base on the day. So now Hildy working 3-1 against next pitcher on the way. Is a called strike on the curveball. Gets the top part of it as the count runs full now 3-2. Last time the count run full in this inning, it was against Alec Martinez, and he struck out. Hildy trying to avoid the same fate. The 3-2 on the way. Tries outside high. Doesn't get the call. That's a walk here for Chase Hildy, who will take the trot over to first. And now that's going to bring up Lukasevich to the dish.
Now batting number 27, the designated hitter from Centennial, Colorado, Stephen Lukasevich.
So Steven Lukasevich ready to hit here with Chase Hildy on at first and just one out here in the inning. Hildy already in an athletic position. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball foul. That one will go almost into the Collegians. Doug goes off of the fence as Coach Wake misses him by about a good 2 feet or so, but he stood there just stone cold. So, again, no fear in that man. 0-1 the count here on Lukasevich. Hildy on at first. Next pitch from Coleman. Hildy takes off, swung on and missed. And Hildy will get into second base uncontested. So, second stolen base on the day for Hildy as the count now goes to 0-2 here on Lukasevich. So now Hildy on at second, scoring position. Doesn't look like he's barely being held on the bag. As the next pitch on the way, a big secondary for Hildy as the pitch taken inside off the curveball. Count goes to 1-2. And if he gets a secondary like that, he was practically halfway to third on that. Maybe trying to bait a throw from the catcher Nelson, trying to use his speed to manufacture an extra base there. 1-2 the count. Here now for Coleman. The righty looks like he's got a pitch, but then turns around to face second. So Hildy will get back into second base. Look over to second base once more. Here for number 51, Ben Coleman. Hildy takes off, and it's a hit and run. That's going to be still in the infield as the shortstop here, Sauter, throws over to first just in time to get Lukasevich off of the hit and run. So now that puts Hildy on at third with 2 outs here and a very strong 6-3 ground out of Lukasevich.
Now batting number 8, the left fielder from Broomfield, Colorado, Luke Blackman.
Luke Blackman coming up from Morningside University. Over 2 on the day, 2-2 your score. Bottom half of the 6th inning, but go ahead run just 90 feet away as the next pitch. Curveball misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. And on that last play, Steven Lukasevich almost got that infield base hit as that was a high chopper that the shortstop Sauter had to really hurry on that and just barely got the speed of Lukasevich. The 1-0 pitch on the way is a high pop-up in the infield. This looks like it might end the inning as the first baseman there, Rhodes, is there, and he makes the play for the third final out. We're heading to the 7th. We're still tied at 2 here on Boulder Collegians Baseball YouTube.
Number 22, the catcher, Blake Nelson.
Blake Nelson to lead things off here for the Cutthroats. New pitcher on the bump here for Boulder, as coming in to pitch will be CJ Pino, as Nick Mishuk's day is done. 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, no runs, 0 walks, and 4 strikeouts. A very effective outing from Mishuk as Pino comes in, the San Francisco native. First pitch taken for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. CJ Pino, 4-pitch mix, a changeup, fastball, curveball, and a cutter, as the next pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. 2-2 your score here, top half of the 7th inning, as CJ Pino, next pitch, swung on and miss on the off-speed changeup. Count goes to 2-1. Pino out of Adams stays so far pitched 6 2/3 innings, an ERA of just 1.05. But strong as the next pitch, a high pop-up down the third base line, going for a Sobies check. He's there and right on the line, makes the catch for the first out here of the 7th inning. And now that'll bring up the right fielder and Logan Wilson.
Now batting number 58, the right fielder, Logan Wilson.
So Logan Wilson is coming in. He's 0 for 2 on the day, 2 strikeouts, 1 swinging, 1 looking. CJ Pino mostly coming in relief here, is usually tasked with going 1, maybe 2 innings, although very recently he did go multiple innings here. He had a time where he went 3 innings, giving up just 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 2 strikeouts as the first pitch is called ball. Count goes to 1-0. But he's usually used in high leverage, and right now maybe not as much of a high leverage situation, as it's a fly ball down the first base line, as that one will just find its way out of play into the parking lot, and nobody is getting a ding on their cars right now. 1-1 the count now to Wilson. But CJ Pino with a whip of .6. Next pitch is fouled off. Brings the count out to 1-2. 7 strikeouts, just 1 walk. Their opponent's just batting .130 off of him. Only 1 run has been earned off of Pino so far this season. Has been tremendous in the bullpen as he lines one over the glove of the diving Sobies check into left. That's going to be a base hit as Logan Wilson gets on with 1 out here in the 7th inning. That's going to bring up Chris Gracia.
How about in number 35, second baseman, Chris Gracia.
So Chris Gracia comes up here with a runner on at first. On the day, Gracia is 1 for 2 with a single back in the 5th and a ground out back in the 2nd. But that was a great defensive play by Chase Hildy to get him out there. As Pino's next pitch on the way, cutter misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. Another throw over to first, but nothing doing here. 2-2 your score. Top half of the 7th. It's been 2-2 since Boulder got their second run in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Sobies check to score as the next pitch taken for a strike. Count now goes to 1-1 now on Gracia. But it has been a back and forth affair. Both sides have not given an inch. Here we go now. The 1-1 on the way is a high drive into left field. Blackman tracking it, trying to find it amongst the clouds. He's there, and he makes the catch for the out, and that's the second out of the inning. And that's going to bring Carson Sauter, the shortstop, up to the plate.
Now batting number 4, the shortstop, Carson Sauter.
So now Carson Sauter on the day, 0 for 3, a strikeout, a flyout, and a ground out. But 2 outs here in the top half of the 7th inning. For Boulder, when we go to the 7th, it's going to be Brett Williams, Hunter Hirayama, and Zane Zinicola, 9-1-2. As the first pitch, a cutter is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1 on Sauter. Now, quick pick over to first, but he wasn't even off the bag on that one. I think just more like, hey, I see and I'm willing to make these quick pickoffs here. Do not mess with me. He just got such a great attitude. I love watching him play. The next pitch on the way is another cutter taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2, and right now Pino is one strike away from getting out of the inning and giving Boulder a chance to walk this off. So Pino ready to go. The next on the way is a liner. Ground ball over to Hirayama. Takes it the short way to second for the out, and that will end the inning here. So technically Sauter gets off via a fielder's choice, but Logan Wilson cut out at second. 2-2 your score as we head to the bottom half of the seventh.
Routine, the catcher, attending St. Mary's College, Brett Williams.
Brett Williams lead things off bottom half of the seventh inning. Pitcher number 55, you don't have a name on him as he was not on the roster. As the next pitch taken for a ball here to Williams. Count goes to 1-0. The Collegians will send up Williams, Hirayama, and Zinicolo. Just one run will win. It's a lefty on the bump as the next pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-2. As Ben Coleman's day is done after 2 innings of work, just gives up 1 hit, no runs. As a 2-0 pitch on the way is a high drive, deep to left. Did he get it? Did he? Yes, he did! Brett Williams, a walk-off jack, and Boulder wins it 3-2. Brett Williams has been talking about trying to drive the ball, and you can bet he just did. Brett Williams throws the helmet. His teammates are at home plate, lands on the dish, and he is mobbed by his team. Boulder wins at a score of 3-2. Walk-off victory, the first pitch he sees of the inning. What a play for Brett Williams, and that is your ball game. We'll be back in a few minutes with the happy totals. Once again, final score here from Scott Carpenter Park. Boulder with a walk-off win, a home run by Brett Williams. His first homer on the season. They win it a final score of 3-2. It was really pitching all the way throughout this game. And when you got to the bottom of the seventh, the aura was in the air. Boulder was ready. They had yet to get a big hit in this game. And yet right there, Brett Williams, who's mostly only hit singles this year, launches one to left off of a 2-0 count and just ends it right there. He finishes the day 2 for 3 with an RBI. Again, the walk-off home run. Other contributors, Isaac Sobieschek gets on base every time he went to the plate. 2 doubles as well as a stolen base and a run scored. Pitching-wise here, CJ Pino comes in and gets a lockdown 7th inning. Zach Martinez with his debut game, 4 innings pitched, 2 runs, 2 earned, 2 hits, 1 walk at 6 strikeouts. The winning pitcher for today's game is CJ Pino here as he gets his first win on the season. Losing pitcher is number 55. We did not have a name on him. Beautiful first game, but remember, this is just the first of 2. Next ball game will come up in about 30 minutes. Make sure you stay on for that. We'll be back here as Caden Calcao will take the bump for Boulder. We'll be back in a little bit with the start of the second game. Stick with us. Once again, the final score of game 1, 3-2, with Boulder the walk-off win. We're now here with the second game of the doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Colorado City Cutthroats here. Again, if you just missed game one here, well, heck, it was a good one here as Boulder wins it 3-2 after a walk-off home run from one Brett Williams. Mostly it's singles all year, then just launches one to left field for the game-winning hit. And now we're getting ready for game two. On the bump for Boulder is number 7 in Caden Calcayo. As Calcayo, we've seen him most recently. He had an amazing outing against Diamond Club Baseball. He now has a 3.5 ERA with 5 runs, given up 3 earned, 5 strikeouts, just 3 walks, a 1-0 record. Plus, just hitting 217 off of him. He pitches a 4-seam fastball, slider, a changeup, and he works in a 2-seam whenever he gets a chance to as well. But we're just about ready to get things started here in the new ball game as Colorado Springs will send Carson Sauter up to hit in the top half of the first inning. Brand new ball game here as Caden Calcayo toes the rubber.
Now batting number 40, shortstop, Carson Sauter.
So Carson Sauter leads off. He's the shortstop here for Colorado Springs as the first pitch on the way from Caden Calcayo is in the dirt for ball 1, and we are officially underway. Game time start at 5:35 p.m. Still a beautiful day here today in Boulder. Now ready, the next pitch on the way from Calcayo is fouled off. Brings the count out of 1-1. Caden Calcayo out of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona. Get this, is studying to be an aerospace engineer to build rockets. Such a smart man. Also a minor in mathematics. As the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-2.
Hit the 1.
So now Calcayo, very smart individual here. The 2-1 on the way. It's fouled off. Brings the count now to, 1-2 is the count. The PA announcer here wondering why I'm not calling everyone smart. I'm like, well, I mean, Pino did a really good job last time out. Next pitch on the way from Calcayo is fouled off to the right side, so we'll try it once more. Count is 1-2.
I believe. I'm not sure.
But Caden Calcayo working here against Carson Sauter, played in the first game here, and that one went over 4. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball over to Shane Crow at short. He's got it. Goes to first in time for the out, and that's a good way to get the game started with a 6-3 ground out. And yes, you heard me right, Shane Crow on at short.
Now batting number 35, second baseman, Chris.
So in an odd turn of events here, Hachi Hirayama no longer has played in every game so far. He can still come in as a pinch hitter or defensive replacement, but Shane Crow, the catcher, is now in at shortstop. But Chris Gracia now up here against Calcayo. First pitch on the way to Gracia. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0 on the second baseman. Gracia in the first game went 1 for 3 with a single. As Calcayo now is set once more, the next pitch on the way. Misses outside for ball 2, 2-0 the count. Defensively for Boulder, you've got Blackman, Castellanos, and Zenicola around the outfield. Sobieschek, Crow, Hildy, and Martinez around the infield, with Lukasevich doing the catching here for Calcayo. The 2-0 is a curveball taken for a strike as the count now goes to 2-1, and that one is actually the slider, excuse me. 2-1 to count. Calcayo liking to work quickly. The next pitch on the way misses a little high on the changeup as the count now 3-1 here on Gracia. But right now, Calcayo, the righty's next delivery on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2 as the count now runs full 3-2. Lineup for the Cutthroats is Sauter, Gracia, Rhodes, Sauter, Peary, Clune, Scruggs, Wilson, and McBroom. Next pitch from Calcayo, the payoff is fouled off, so we'll try it once more, proving again why it isn't a payoff, because we're doing it again. So righty v lefty here. Calcayo the righty, Gracia the lefty. The 3-2 is swung on and fouled into the glove of Lukasevich for a strikeout. And there's 2 outs here in the first inning, and that'll bring up the DH and Matt Rhodes.
Now batting for the Cutthroats, number 34, the designated hitter, Matt Rhodes.
So Matt Rhodes coming up here in the top half of the first inning. Still no score between these two ball clubs. The next pitch on the way from Calcayo is a slider that's taken for a strike in the inside part of the zone. Count goes to 0-1. Now he looks in, looks ready. Calcayo too quick down. The next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner on the slider. Gets the call. Count now 0-2. He's really relying on that slider early. Here again, this is his secondary pitch. Here the 4-seam fastball is the main, with the changeup being his third. All right, 0-2 on the way. Tries the outside corner. A good frame job there by the catcher, Lukasevich, but home plate umpire in Cameron Monaco does not bite. 1-2 the count. Calcayo working from the windup with nobody on. The 1-2 now on the way. Is a high drive into deep right field. Zane Zenicola, just shy of the warning track, is there, and he makes the catch. A 1-2-3 inning here for Boulder. As we now head to the bottom half of the first inning, it's Colorado Springs nothing, and Boulder coming up. Bottom half of the first inning, no score here as Matt Yarish ready to lead things off here against Diego Castellanos, the leadoff man. First pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Diego Castellanos here. The center fielder is the leadoff man. Next one, line to the left field. That's going to be a base hit. Leadoff single for Castellanos as the left fielder Peary throws it in quickly, and that is a one-pitch single here for Castellanos here in the first.
Now batting second, 18, the designated hitter, Brett Williams.
So now here comes up the hero of game one in Brett Williams. Here has Williams, a walk-off home run in the first game of the doubleheader as the first pitch misses low for a ball. Count now goes to 1-0. Williams in the last game 2 for 3. But, of course, that last hit was the most important one off 2-0 count. Launches one into left field as there's a bit of a lob pickoff over to first base. I guess just make sure to keep Castellanos like, hey, just letting you know I'm looking at you. But if you try doing that again, which there we go. See, there's the real one. That one goes into right field. Gill will advance over to second. That's an E1 here as Castellanos will get into second base. So the little bit of trickery ends up backfiring here on Yarish, as now Castellanos is on at second base. Defensively for Colorado Springs are on the outfield. You got Peary, Sauter, and Wilson. McBroom, Sauter, Gracia, and Scruggs are on the infield, with Clune doing the catching for Yarish. Now ready, a couple of looks over at second. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball down third baseline. That's a base hit. Diving effort there from McBroom. He can't get to it. Rounding third, heading for home. Now will be Castellanos, and he's going to score easily. Staying at first is Williams. He now has an RBI single, and that is the first round of the ball game. Boulder leads at 1-0.
Batting number 19. Isaac Sobieschek.
So technically not an RBI there for Brett Williams here again, as he was advanced via the errors. So now Isaac Sobieschek comes out with a runner on at first. 1-0 the score. Next pitch misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. So now again looking ready. Yadish has given up a run so far unearned. Next pitch on the way is a high drive into right field. Going for it is Wilson as he's running after it, and he drops the ball. So now he's going to be a play at second, but no play will be made as the ball gets away from the catcher. That is going to be an E9, and now Williams tries to go to third and is caught out as he tried to advance a little too far on that one, and he's angry on that one here, but tried to advance a little too far.
Now batting number 3, second baseman Chase Hildy.
So now Chase Hildy comes up with a runner on at first base here. Isaac Sobieschek reaching via the E9. And I got to tell you, it is hard trying to play out there in right field in these conditions as the next pitch on the way. A ground ball in the infield. This might be 2, maybe not. The second baseman, Gracia, fields in the suitor for 1. The relay to first is not in time, so a fielder's choice. As Hildy now gets on to first base, and Sobieschek caught down at second. So now there's 2 outs here in the inning.
Now batting number 9, the first baseman, Colorado Springs University. First baseman, Alec Martinez.
Now Alec Martinez comes in here with 1 run in and 2 outs, 1 man on as there's a pick off to first, but nothing doing. Martinez came in as a pinch hitter in game 1 of Derek Woolwine. Next pitch on the way, taken outside, throw down to second base, stolen base hit for Hildy. He's going to get in easily. Ball goes into center field, but Sauter, center fielder, gets to it quickly. That is a stolen base out for Chase Hildy. His third so far of the doubleheader. So count now 1-0 here on Alec Martinez here as Hildy gets himself into scoring position. 1-0 the score, Boulder ahead. Scoring so far looking exactly like it did back in the first game. Boulder taking an early 1-0 lead. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-1. So here we go once more. The turnaround now as Yarish looks over to 1-1 the count. Here now, looking over to second. The next pitch on the way is a high drive deep to right, and that's a no-doubter. Goodbye, baseball. Alec Martinez with his second home run, both against the Colorado Springs Cutthroats, makes this now a 3-0 game, and he knew it. He absolutely tatered that ball and then watched it leave as he did. 3-0 with Boulder ahead.
Now batting number 11, right fielder Zane Zinicola.
So now Zane Zinicola comes up here with 2 outs in the inning, but damage a lot. All right, down by Boulder, up 3-0. The next pitch on the way. Take it a little bit low as the count now goes to 1-0 on Zinicola. But Alec Martinez now his second homer on the year. And he absolutely blasted that ball as the next pitch. Check swing, ground ball, taken by third baseman. He can't field it. That's going to be an error on the third baseman there. as Zane Zinicola gets on via the E5. Now bring up Steven Lukasevich.
Now batting number 27, catcher Steven Lukasevich.
So now comes out the catcher in Lukasevich, the seventh man to the dish. Here in the inning, Boulder leading at 3-0 here in the bottom half of the first. Another pickoff there, but no call as Zane Zinicola gets back in safely. 2 outs here in the inning. Zinicola taking a modest lead, now takes off for second. It's a hit and run as the ball is fouled off to the left side. So everyone will have to retreat back. Count goes to 0-1 now on Lukasevich. Batting .423 on the season out of Centennial, Colorado. Azusa Pacific University. Now Yarish will look over at first. Now ready. Next pitch on the way is a bit of an ephus curve there as the count goes to 1-1 as that one misses. 3-0 the score. Boulder ahead. Highlighted by the 2-run home run by Alec Martinez. The next pitch on the way misses high as the count goes to 2-1. We'll try it once more over on first base. Zane Zinicola takes off again. The next pitch misses high. Throw down to second base. Zane gets into second, and he's in safely. A stolen base for Zane Zinicola as the count goes to 3-1. Here now on Lukasevich. Zane Zinicola gets a stolen base here. That's his fifth on the season. Look over a second. The next on the way. Misses outside. That one's in the dirt. Almost picked. That's a walk for Steven Lukasevich. That'll bring up Shane Crow, the shortstop.
Now batting number 12, shortstop.
You can't put the number in there.
Shane Crow.
So Shane Crow comes in, but first we're going to have a courtesy runner as TJ Newman will go to run for Steven Lukasevich. The Shane Crow getting the start at shortstop for the first time this year. 2 runners on. The next pitch on the way is inside, and that gets Crow. A hit by pitch as Shane Crow takes the hard way over to first base. Now bases are low with Zane Zinicola on at third, and Newman now on at second. That's going to bring up Blackman.
Now batting number 8, left fielder Luke Blackman.
So now Blackman comes up with the bases loaded here and 2 outs in the bottom half of the first inning. As Yarish working the next pitch, tries the outside on the sliders. The count goes to 0-1. Excuse me there, my apologies. As now Yarish ready to go. The next, is going to be turned around. And that one looked a little bit odd to me. I don't know about you guys here, but that looked like he started his motion going forward and then turned around. So maybe a bit lucky there as the next pitch misses for ball 1. 1-1 now the count. Bases loaded here. 2-0 the count. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count now goes to 1-2 here on Blackman. Bases are full of Collegians. Here, 3-0 ball game. The look around here from the pitcher. Next pitch on the way is inside on the curve as the count goes to 2-2.
It's 3-1.
Count is actually 3-1 here on Blackman, according to home plate umpire Cameron Monaco. The next on the way is fouled off to the right, and now the count is full, 3-2. On at third base, Zane Zinicola, TJ Newman on at second, Shane Crow on at first. Nowhere left to put a dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 pitch is lined in the left. That's going to drop or a base hit. Over the outstretched glove of Sauter, scoring first. Wilby's in. Cole followed quickly by Newman as Crow gets over to third. That is a 2 RBI single here for Luke Blackman.
Now batting number 4, the center fielder from Morgan.
So it's a 2-run single, but only 1 RBI for Blackman as Zane Zinicola reached the era as an unearned run. And now we're going to have a quick mound visit here, as we would like to take this moment to thank some of our sponsors for today's game. We want to thank Alpine Bank for their continued support, as well as the Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, and WK Real Estate, as well as Stretch Zone, proud sponsors of your Boulder Collegians.
Batting number 4, the center fielder from Live Oak High School, Diego Castellanos.
So now Castellanos comes up with 2 outs. Runners on at first and third as the lineup is fully batted around here. Versus 5-0 as the first pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. The Boulder to a quick 5-0 lead here in the inning. Couple looks over at first, taking off now. Next pitch is taken for a ball. Throw down to second. The shortstop tries to get him, and he doesn't have it. The ball is dropped there. So now advancing over to third base is Shane Crow. Is Luke Blackman. As Shane Crow scores on the play. So yeah, that one was a little bit odd here, but yeah, Luke Blackman steals second, advances to third on the throw. And then Crow scores. So now it's 6-0. So an RBI here for Diego Castellanos here. It's 6-0. Next pitch taken for a ball as the count goes now to 1-1. 2 outs here in the inning. 6-0 Boulder. A huge lead. The next pitch on the way, a curveball misses outside. As the count now goes to 2-1. 2 outs in the inning with 1 man on at third. The next pitch on the way is fouled off. As the count now goes to 2-2. But Diego Castellanos already singled back in this game here. He singled in this inning, to be fair. Run scored, it was unearned as the 2-2 on the way as a high drive to left. Going back for it is Peary trying to track it. He's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. But 6 runs come in for Boulder in the inning, but only about 4 of them earned. As we now head to the second, Boulder leads it 6-0. All right, top half of the second inning, 1-0. The count now on Mason Sauter as the next pitch is fouled off. Makes the count now to 1-1. Big inning for Boulder in the first inning. They batter around just 10 people to the lineup. Well, to the play here in the inning. They score 6-4 earned. As now Calcea with a healthy lead. Next pitch is a foul ball down the third base line. As the count now goes to 1-2. 6-0 the score. Top half of the second inning here as now Mason Sauter working here against Caden Calceo. Next pitch on the way. Tries the low part of the zone, but does not get the call. 2-2 now the count. 78 degrees still here in Boulder, Colorado, as the 2-2 pitch on the way from Calceo is lined into left field. Going for it is Blackman. He's there, and he makes the catch for the first out here of the inning, as now that's going to bring up Tanner Peary to the dish.
Now batting number 8, left fielder Tanner Peary.
Next pitch fouled up to the right side as the count goes to 0-1. Next pitch swung on and missed a good slider as the count now goes to 0-2 as Ken Calceo quickly ahead 0-2 here to Peary. The left fielder in both games. Here, the next pitch on the way from Calceo. Check swing and no appeals. That one misses a bit high. Count goes now to 1-2. For Peary, the last game, 0-3, a strikeout, ground out, and a line out. Next pitch delivery from Calceo is a ground ball at the middle as Crow has to charge. He fields it, throws over to first. And just like Hunter Hirayama would, he makes a great play over at shortstop for the 6-3 ground out. And now 5 in a row sat down by Calceo. That'll bring up J.P. Clune, the catcher, to the dish. Clune.
43 catcher J.P. Clune.
So now Clune, ready. The next on the way is taken. A fastball inside, but called a strike as the count goes to 0-1. 5 batters up and 5 batters down here for Caden Calceo. Now in the second and next pitch, tries the outside corner, doesn't get it on the fastball. Count now level at 1-1. 6-0 your score. Top half of the second inning. As now Ray, the next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. This count now goes to 2-1. Two outs here in the inning. 2 on the count now on the catcher, Clune. Calcaeo's next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2 as the count now even at 2 apiece with 2 outs here in the second inning. Twos are wild. As the 2-2 now from Calceo misses way outside, gets away from the catcher, Lukasevich. And now the count's full 3-2. So once more now Calceo working from the windup. Here now ready. The next pitch on the way is a little looper. As the first base, Alec Martinez is there, and he makes the catch. 6 up and 6 down here for Calceo as we head to the bottom half of the second. Boulder leads it 6-0.
Brett Williams.
Brett Williams now up here. The designated hitter in this game is 1-for-1. The first pitch on the way misses outside and low as the count now goes to 1-0. 6-0 your score here in the bottom half of the second inning. It's now Yarish, right? The next pitch, a liner to the shortstop here. That's sorry. He fields it, throws the first in time for the out, and an easy 6-3 ground out here as that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek.
Now batting number 19, third baseman from Villa Park, Illinois, Isaac Sobieschek.
Sobieschek, who reached via an error in the first inning, an error by the right fielder Wilson. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. Reached on a high fly ball that the right fielder Wilson, it went in and out of the glove, and it is really tough to play out in right field right now. His next pitch is driven into left center field. Going for it is Sod. He can't get it. That's going to be a base hit as Sobieschek thought about two, but will retreat back to first. That's a one-out single for Isaac. Sobieschek is now Chase Hildy will come up.
Now batting number 3, the second baseman from Eagle, Idaho. Also attended St. Mary's College, Chase Hildy.
So now Chase Hildy comes up here with one man on and one man out as the next pitch on the way is lined into center field. Going deep for it is Sauter. He's there, and he makes the catch over his head for the second out of the inning as Sobieschek has to retreat back to first.
Now batting number 9, the first baseman from Brighton, Colorado, and Metro State University, Alec Martinez.
So this brings up Alec Martinez to the dish with 2 outs and a man on. A look over to first for Yarish. The first pitch misses way outside as the count goes to 1-0. Last time that Martinez was up, he hit probably one of the most convincing home runs we've seen all year as that ball almost cleared the actual protective fence, not just the regular fence, but the protective fence as we have a pickoff to first. Had that had maybe about 5 feet more height, that ball would be in the pool over there as the next pitch on the way. This is ball 2-0 the count, giving some flashbacks to backyard baseball playing in Steel Stadium with the pool out in the outfield. Good times, man, good times. Runner on at first base, Sobieschek with Alec Martinez up, the 2-0. This is outside as the count goes to 3-0. The 3-0 the count with 2 outs here. It's clear maybe pitching around Martinez after that last home run of his. Next pitch on the way. Take for a strike, and you're taking that one all the way off of the fastball. Count now goes 3-1. Long look in now, taking off of Sobieschek. The pitch misses, and that is ball 4. So Martinez works a 2-out walk, and Sobieschek steals second. Now it's going to bring up Zane Zinicola.
Now batting number 11, right fielder from Castle Rock, Zane Zinicola.
So Zane Zinicola comes on up. With runners on at first and second, Sobieschek on at second, Martinez on at first. Now ready, the next pitch misses low for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. 6-0 your score. Here in the bottom half of the second inning, the offense has been exploding for Boulder as the next pitch on the way is fouled off to the left. And now that levels out the count in 1-1. So the runners on at first and second. Next pitch on the way. Line right back up the middle. That's going to drop for a base hit from Zane Zinicola. Rounding third, heading for home. Now is Sobieschek. No throw to the play as he slides in safely. That's an RBI single for Zane Zinicola. As now that brings the lead up to 7-0. So now Steven Lukasevich comes up to hit.
Now batting number 27, the catcher from Centennial, Colorado. Attending the Sousa Pacific University, Steven Lukasevich.
So Steven Lukasevich ready here in the second inning. 7-0. The score, still 2 Collegians on base. He walked, scored a run last time up as the next pitch misses for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. Technically, that run belongs to TJ Newman, though, as he was the courtesy runner for him. Next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit low on the fastball. 2-0 now the count. Looks like we got some action going on in the Cutthroats bullpen. Looks like on that one, it's number 38, Garrett Garrison warming up. Is now long look in. Next pitch on the way is a high pop-up, but goes foul right behind home plate. Brings the count now to 2-1. Two and 1 the count, 2 outs, 7-0 the score. Bottom half of the second inning, already 1 run in. The next on the way is fouled up to the right side, and that now levels out the count at 2-2. On at second base is Alec Martinez. On at first, Zane Zinicola. As Lukasevich walked his last time up. 2-2. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball down third base line, and that's a foul ball. And that one was about as close as you could be. I thought that one went right over the bag here. But that brings the count now to 2-2, and that's why umpires have paid the bid bucks. They can see that a lot better than we can up here in the press box. Two and 2 the count with 2 outs here. So Steven Lukasevich again on the season, right now having an OPS of over 1,000. Been a strong hitter for the team as the catcher in this game. Next pitch on the way. It's swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. But 1 run does come across off of 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on as we head to the top half of the third. 7-0 is your score with Boulder leading.
Dylan Scruggs.
Top half of the third inning now, 7-0 your score with Dan Calcao now in his third inning of work. He's going to take on the first baseman, Dylan Scruggs. The first pitch is taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. So far, Caden Calcao, 6 men up and 6 men down. Only 1 strikeout. The 0-1 on the way. Tries low, but gets away from the catcher, Lukasevich. 1-1 levels out the count. Fans, if you want to help the Boulder Collegians go to the NBC World Series after their automatic bid they earned here, then go ahead and go to bouldercollegians.com, the 1-1. Tries inside, can't get it. Count goes to 2-1. There you can donate to the team where all the proceeds will help this team's travel expenses to go to Wichita, Kansas. Or you can also go there to buy merch here. They have a bunch of good merch. As the next pitch, a high drive into deep right field, but right there is Zenicola. He's there, and he makes the catch for the out. Here, that's 7 straight. Sat down by number 7, Caden Calcayo.
Now batting number 58, center fielder Logan Wilson.
So now Logan Wilson comes up in the first game of the doubleheader, went 1 for 3 with a single and 2 doubles. But they got a lot of good merch, including hats, shirts, shorts, car magnets, anything you can think of. There's the next pitch, a ground ball down the first base line. A great backhanded play there by Martinez. Flips it to Calcayo, and that is another out. 8 in a row sat down, but what a play there by Alec Martinez. Here just comes into the fray and gets a great play on at first. Now it's now going to bring up Trey McBroom to the dish.
Now batting number 45, third baseman Trey McBroom.
So Trey McBroom comes up here. We did not see him in game 1 of the doubleheader. Ken Calcayo's next pitch on the way is a ground ball as Crow has to field off of a hop, throws the first, and the throw is off line, and it's hit in, not into, but off of the Colorado Springs dugout. So that is going to be an E6 on that one. So the streak of people sat down in a row ends at 8 here for Calcayo.
Now batting number 40, shortstop Carson Sauter.
So now that brings up Carson Sauter, flip the lineup right back around to the top here, but still you have to give up a hit. The next pitch on the way misses on the off speed as the count goes to 1-0 here now. It's Sauter. Grounded out over to Shane Crow at short, his last time up. Now Calcayo working from the set for the first time today. Here in the top half of the third inning, 7-0 the score. Next pitch on the way. Misses high. Now we got back pick over to first. Tag applied, not in time, says base umpire Dan Light. Count now goes to 2-0 now on Sauter. But Carson's made some great defensive plays over the course of this game and the last one. And we have another pick off to first, but nothing doing. Sauter offensively in the last game, 0 for 4. So now Calcayo set 2 outs, 2-0. Next pitch misses high, brings the count now to 3-0. 7-0 your score here with Boulder ahead. And right now, with how their offense has been clicking today, they're probably thinking mercy early. They were able to do that last time they played against the Cutthroats. Next pitch taken for a strike on the 3-0 count. Count now goes to 3-1. Last time that they played against the Cutthroats was back in Colorado Springs. Next pitch taken for a ball. That's going to be a walk to Carson Sauter as now Trey McBroom gets on to second. And now Chris Gracia will be on at the plate, ready to hit.
Now batting number 35, second baseman Chris Gracia.
So Chris Gracia comes up here. And in game 1 of that doubleheader, Boulder won it 10-5. The second game won 11-0. Looking like it could be very similar to that second game here today if this keeps up. The next pitch on the way misses high as the count goes to 1-0. And some activity going on in the Boulder bullpen as well, as Noah Tofan seems to be warming up. A look over to second for Calcayo, 1-0 the count. Looks in, next pitch on the way. This is a fastball taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. So you went to a bit of an offhand delivery on that one. Kind of leaned a little bit more to the right on it, and it helped to get back on track with it. So if it works, it works. 1-1 the count. Next on the way is swung on and fouled into the glove of the catcher, Lukasevich, and now Calcayo 1 strike away from getting out of the inning unscathed. 7-0 with Boulder ahead here, top half of the third inning. Calcayo set from the set. Looks around, the next pitch on the way. Misses on the off speed outside. 2-2 now the count. With some more clouds starting to come in here, but it doesn't look like there's any threat of any storm here today so far. Here, the Clouds look mostly friendly. 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and Caden gets out of it. So no runs off of no hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on as we head now to the bottom half of the third. Our score 7-0 in favor of Boulder. You're watching today's game on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Bottom half of the third inning.
Mesa University.
Bottom half of the third inning, 7-0 the score. There, Shane Crow gets ready to face off against the new pitcher, and Garrett Garrison, as the next pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. So Yarish's day is done, giving up 7 runs, but only 5 of them earned. As now I face off against Shane Crow. The next pitch on the way is a ground ball up the middle. Got to hustle as I was getting to the center field for a base hit. As a shortstop, Sauter couldn't quite get to it. He was raging hard. That's a leadoff base hit for Shane Crow.
Now batting number 8, left fielder, Brookfield, Colorado. Morningside University. Luke Blackman.
So now Luke Blackman comes up here with a runner on at first base and nobody out. Last time he got a single, an RBI, and a stolen base. His next pitch is fouled off to the right side as that brings the count out 0-1. So day is done. Book closed for Matt Yarish. 3 innings pitched, 6 runs, 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 were earned, 2 walks, and a strikeout. 2 innings pitched for Yarish, not 3. There's now another pickoff over to first, but nothing doing. Fans, if you want to interact with the stream, please go ahead and do so. Leave a comment on YouTube. We will highlight the comments. We can answer any questions, all that fun stuff. As the next pitch, take it for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. We like to highlight the comments, talking with you guys here, the fans. Score 7-0, bottom half of the third inning. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball right in between third and short for a base hit. Crow will stop at second as the ball is fielded by Peary. And that's 2 straight singles here for Boulder in the bottom half of the third inning.
Now batting number 4, center fielder from Morganell, California, Diego Castellanos.
So Diego Castellanos comes up with 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom half of the third inning. Here is both Shane Crow and Luke Blackman on base here with leadoff base hits that just got out of the infield. So now Garrett Garrison already in trouble here in his first inning of work. The next pitch is fouled off to the left side, and all the Collegians having to duck down as everyone got a bit scared there. You know that they'll be giving him some flack when he gets back to the dugout. And I think he'll make it up to them, but if he hits a 3-run home run here, why not? Runner on at second, Shane Crow. Luke Blackman on at first, 7-0 the score. Next pitch on the way is taken just a little bit low. Count now goes to 1-0. 1-1, excuse me, after the foul balls. Now that's going to prompt a pitching meeting there from J.P. Clune, the catcher. And while they're having their meeting, just want to thank some of our sponsors in Alpine Bank, WK Real Estate, Stretch Zone of Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, and the Boulder. 1-1 the count. Here with runners on at first and second, nobody out for the ever so dangerous Diego Castellanos. Next pitch is taken low, but it's in the zone as the count goes to 1-2. But Diego Castellanos out of St. Mary's College of California, Morgan Hill, California. 190 pounds, 6'1". The 1-2. A curveball that just misses the zone. I don't know how much that missed by. But the count now level at 2-2. You're just joining us here. A big first inning, scoring 6 runs, 4 earned for Boulder. The 2-2 is in the dirt for a ball as both runners go on the double steal. There's a Shane Crow gets a stolen base as well as Luke Blackman as the count now runs full on Diego Castellanos. So a good double steal executed there by both as that one was about as timed well as you could get with the pitch being in the dirt. Payoff now 3-2 on the way. Ground ball up the middle. That's another base hit. Scoring from third is Crow. Blackman will get the hold on at third, and that is an RBI single here for Diego Castellanos. And now it is 8-0 with Boulder ahead.
Now batting number 18, the designated hitter from Carlsbad, California, St. Mary's College, Brett Williams.
So now Brett Williams comes up here with 8-0 the score. Runners on the corners here for Boulder. 8-0 here. Nothing like the first game, which was a huge pitching duel. The next pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. This game is all offense for Boulder. They are taking advantage of mistake pitches, and they are just getting single after single after single, really wearing down the hitters. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a ball. Stolen base there for Diego Castellanos, as that was a trick play trying to see how the catcher would react with the runner on at third. But a stolen base nonetheless here for Castellanos. 1-1 now the count. The pitch was taken for a strike. Runners now second and third. Next pitch taken for a strike on the outer half with the fastball. 1-2 the count. Williams in this game 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out. Infield playing in, trying to prevent any more runs from coming across. Still no outs. 8-0 your score. As now the pitcher Garrett Garrison working now from the windup, it looks to be, as he steps off for a second, gets back on. Now ready again, the windup, the 1-2. A curveball that goes off of the glove of the catcher Clune as the runners will advance here. Coming from second to third is Castellanos, but scoring on the wild pitch is Luke Blackman. It is now 9-0 with Boulder head, technically an RBI there for Brett Williams. But now Boulder already at 9 runs. Here it took Boulder 7 innings to score just 3 as the next pitch taken for strike 3 looking as Williams was caught a bit frozen on that outside fastball. And that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 19, baseman from Villa Park, Illinois, Isaac Sobieschek.
So now Sobieschek comes up. He is 1 for 2 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored, also reaching via an error as the next pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 on Sobey. 1 out here, 9-0. Now your score, bottom half of the third. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike with a high fastball. 1-1 now levels out the counts. Runner on at third base. Here is Diego Castellanos. 2 runs already in for Boulder here in the third. The next pitch on the way from Garrison is swung on and missed as the count now goes to 1-2. Sobieschek only struck out already 12 times on the season. It's going to be 11 times. 12 RBIs, 16 runs. His chance to drive in another RBI with a runner on at third and only 1 out. The 1-2. Take it just a little low. 2-2. Now the count. So here we go. The next pitch on the way. It's a high pop-up into foul territory as the first baseman Scruggs reaches forward and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. As now that's got to bring up Chase Hildy to the dish.
Now batting number 3, the second baseman from Eagles, Idaho, St. Mary's College, Chase Hildy.
Chase Hildy at second base for both these games with no River Jackson today as the next pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Runner at third base, Diego Castellanos. Garrison working again from the line. The next pitch on the way is fouled off. It's counted 0-2. Defense back playing in their normal shift here with 2 outs. But 9-0 the score. 9 runs on 9 hits, only 1 error for Boulder. Next pitch on the way. Misses way outside as that one goes a bit off of the glove of the catcher Klum, but is able to athletically get that one back in quick. So now brings the count to 1-2. Keeping Castellanos on at third. Castellanos does represent the 10th run if he's able to come in. The 1-2 on the way. Misses a little bit high as that one goes off of the glove and right in between the legs of the home plate umpire, Cameron Monaco. Count now 2-2. Garrison working quickly once again. Now 2-2. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball in the infield. This could be an infield base hit. The third baseman tries to get it from the shortstop, and he doesn't get it. That run will score. That's going to be an E5 on the play. So an unearned run as Diego Castellanos comes in. It's now 10-0 as Hildy reaches via the E5.
Home score.
So now 10-0 the score.
And now batting number 9, first baseman, Brighton, Colorado, Alec Martinez.
So Alec Martinez coming up here with 2 outs, runner on at first. 10-0. Your score after the 4th error on the day here for Colorado Springs. As the next pitch, a high drive into deep center field, but Sauter has it scouted. He's there, and he makes the catch over his left shoulder for the third and final out. But 3 runs come across for Boulder. Only 2 earned off of 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on as we head now to the top half of the 4th. Boulder leads at 10-0. All right, top half of the fourth inning here, and new pitcher on the bump here is Noah Tofan, ready to pitch here for Boulder here. So Caden Calcao's day is officially done. Here as Calcao finished 3 innings pitched, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts.
And then number 34, designated hitter, Matt Rhodes.
So now Matt Rhodes, the DH, comes up as Noah Tofan toes the rubber. Here, first pitch is a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Tofan's next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. Tofan at Westminster College, Los Medanos College. Westminster, Colorado here. 4 2/3 innings pitched, an ERA of 7.5. 1 strikeout to 3 walks. His next pitch misses for ball 2. Count goes to 2-1 here on the designated hitters. 0 for 1 on the day. A whip of 2.14, and opponent's batting 389 off him. Has not had the best year so far, but if he can get out of this inning unscathed, that'll be a mercy win for Boulder as the next pitch taken for a ball. 3-1, now the count. The mercy rules here in the league, 10 after 4 or 8 after 5. So Colorado Springs needs a run here to keep this game going. So 3-1. Tries the outside corner, can't get the call. That's a leadoff walk here for Matt Rhodes, and currently represents the stay alive run here for Colorado Springs. That's going to bring up the center fielder and Mason Sauter to the dish.
Now batting number 18, center fielder, Mason Sauter.
So Sauter comes up with a runner on at first base. Here again, who represents the stay alive run. Tofan looks over the first pitch. Fastball that finds the low part of the zone. Count now goes to 0-1. Sauter 0 for 1 in this game. A fly out over to Luke Blackman his last time up, which led the second inning. A look over now, the 0-1 on the way. Misses low and outside in the dirt. The count now repeating at 1-1. Starting to get a little bit cooler here in Boulder. There's a little bit of a breeze, but not very much. Just a nice little day for baseball. As the next pitch and off speed that finds the zone. Count now goes to 1-2. As Tofan now again ready. Here, no outs. The 1-2 misses a bit low as the count now levels out at 2-2. But Noah Tofan, we've seen him a good number of times this season. Get 4 2/3 innings pitched. But a high ERA after a couple hard outings for him. As next we have a ground ball in the infield. This could be 2. As Sobieski fields and throws it to Hildy for 1. The relay to first, not in time. So a fielder's choice here as Sauter gets on to first base, but Matt Rhodes is cut out at second. That's going to bring up Tanner Peary to the dish.
Now batting number 8, left fielder, Tanner Peary.
So Peary comes up 0 for 1, ground out over to Shane Crow at short. The last time up. So now a quick look over from Tofan. The next pitch misses low for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. Lukasevich fielding that one, quickly doing a quick throw back to first, wanting to make sure that nothing goes on with the speedy Sauter over on at first. As he's now taking off, next pitch on the way, taking for a strike, throw down to second base, as the throw is low by Lukasevich. So 9 times stolen base there for Mason Sauter. And now the count, though, is 1-1 here on Peary. And Lukasevich maybe beating himself up a little bit on that one. He knew that that throw was a little bit late on the release points. 1-1 the count with 1 out, 10-0 your score. As Tofan looks over at second, the 1-1 on the way. There's a high drive in a deep right field. Going back for Zenicola has a read on. Is there, makes the catch on the warning track. Tagging from second, going to third. Now is Sauter, and there'll be no throw to third base, but that is the second out of the inning. A great play by Zenicola out in right field, and now Colorado Springs down to their last out here in J.P. Clune.
Now batting number 43, the catcher, J.P. Clune.
So on the play, Sauter moves to third, and the stay alive run is 90 feet away, but here comes J.P. Clune, the catcher. Tofan's first pitch on the way, tries the inside bit on the fastball, doesn't get the call. Count goes to 1-0. we've seen a number of mercies from the Collegians this season as the 1-0 is a pop-up goes foul, count goes to 1-1. Most of them have been the 8 after 5 version, although a lot of times they've had more runs at that point, but it's usually not until after the 5th. This would be the first time this season they actually have the 10 after 4 as the next pitch misses high for ball 2, 2-1 the count. Runner on at third base, the ever-speedy Mason Sauter. The 2-1 on the way is a high pop-up as this one will find its way into the stands. Just a few feet away from one of my bosses there, Antonio Calcayo. As he's just kind of standing over there, ready for it. 2-2 the count, 1 strike away for Tofan. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and I believe that is your ball game. Here, we'll see here, but they're not doing the same thing they normally do, so we may still have a little bit more. But it looks like, it looks like we're going to play on at least a little bit more here. So we'll be back in a little bit with the bottom half of the 4th inning. 10-0 is your score. So we're going to play on here in this game. Bottom half of the 4th inning, 10-0 the score. Here is Zane Zinicola. Get ready to step in against Garrett Garrison. As the next pitch on the way misses outside, goes off the glove of the catcher Clune. Count goes to 1-0. Zinicola in this game, an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. Reached via an error with a stolen base and a run scored in the 1st. Next on the way is line deep to right. Going for it is Wilson. He's there, and he makes the catch, kind of stumbling as he does. But that is the first out. A hard hit ball there by Zane Zinicola here in the 4th.
Now batting number 27, the catcher, Centennial, Steven Lukasevich.
So now Steven Lukasevich out of Centennial, Colorado, Azusa Pacific University product. First pitch on the way, misses for a ball as the count goes to 1-0. For Lukasevich, 0 for 1 on the game with a walk, run scored as a strikeout. The next pitch on the way, line right back up the middle. That's an easy base hit. That one hit right off of the barrel of the bat. And that is a 1-out single for Lukasevich. And just trying to check out here, seeing if he's going to be courtesy ran for. So far isn't.
And Colorado Mesa, Shane Crow.
So Shane Crow got a comment hint. Does not look like Lukasevich is going to be courtesy ran for, I should say. So he'll stay on at first. The next pitch on the way, a high pop-up foul to the right side for Shane Crow as the count goes to 0-1. Is that a good game so far? It's 1 for 1 with a single, a stolen base, a hit by pitch, and 2 runs scored. Now ready, the next on the way. Misses inside as the count now goes to 1-1. I'll admit it's going to be hard trying to pick out interviews for these two games here. I think I've got an idea, though, of what to do. The 1-1. This one gets away from the catcher here as it's low, advancing to second on the wild pitch. Now is Steven Lukasevich as he'll now get on. Count goes to 2-1 here on Crow. Wild pitch for Lukasevich, who will go over to second base now. One out here, 10-0. Your score with Boulder ahead. It's now Garrison set once again. Now ready the next pitch. It's a fastball that catches the top part of the zone. Count now repeating at 2-2. But for Shane Crow, the shortstop here in this game. Next pitch on the way. Ground ball here as that one goes right into the shortstop of the third base. That's going to hop between them for a base hit. Advancing to third on the play is Steven Lukasevich. Had to wait to see who was going to field the ball if there was going to be a fielded play. As now Luke Blackman comes up.
Now, batting number 8, left fielder, and Hornets, Luke Blackman.
So now that's going to bring up Luke Blackman on the day. Is 2 for 2. Couple of singles, a run scored, couple stolen bases, and an RBI. As next pitch, a deep drive into left. Looking up is Peary, and that one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Luke Blackman with a 3-run home run extends this game 13-0 as Blackman, that is his second left field home run on this season as he absolutely crushed it. Luke Blackman retreated back at the home plate by his fellow teammate here. As now that'll bring up Diego Castellanos.
Now batting number 4, center fielder from Morgan Hill and Central Coast Sections Power. Diego Castellanos.
So Castellanos comes up with nobody on it and one out here. 13-0. The score here for Boulder. As next one, a deep drive into center field. Going back for it is Sauter, and that's going to be a ground rule double. As that one will bounce over the wall. Yep, and so that will be a double here. The home plate umpire signaling for a double as that one bounces over the wall and over onto the back protective fence. So that is going to be a double here for Diego Castellanos, who has a bit of an interesting bit there. As he just kind of throws his guard over to the side. And now that'll bring up Brett Williams.
$1 hot dogs for the remainder of the game. $1 hot dogs for the remainder of the game. Thank you for the trip home to the Springs. Take them home to anywhere in Denver metro area.
So now Brett Williams comes up to the dish. As there's even a rainbow out into center field here. Don't know if that could be seen too well on the broadcast. As now Garrison to look over to second. The batter up now, Brett Williams, the pitch in the dirt for ball 1.
Brett Williams, number 18.
So again, 13-0 the score here after the 3-run home run by Luke Blackman. As now looking over to second is Garrison, the 1-0. Is taken for a strike on the fastball. 1-1 now the count on Williams. Again, Brett Williams, the hero of game 1 with the game-winning walk-off homer to left. Led off the bottom half of the 7th inning. Fans didn't have to wait long for him to end the game. As next pitch in the dirt, as this one gets away from the catcher, Klug couldn't find it, but no advancement there from Diego Castellanos as that one got in front of home plate. So the count now goes to 2-1. But Williams has been absolutely on a tear lately, and there's no doubt in, I think, anybody's mind why he has been the primary catcher for this team. He has been hitting the ball at an extremely effective rate. The next pitch is fouled off, brings the count out to 2-2. And I don't think at this point now, because we don't have the updated stats here at this point, but with these 2 games so far, I would not be too surprised if his batting average is at 500 or maybe just below it. He's getting so close to it. Now ready, the 2-2 on the way. It's a ground ball foul down the third baseline as that one goes towards the Boulder Collegians dugout. Keeps the count right where it's at, 2-2. Someone warming up here in the bullpen for Boulder. That's Hunter Hirayama. Oh, no, excuse me. This is a different one. That's Nick Mishuk warming someone up. Next pitch on the way. This one spiked right in front of home plate. No advancement again for Castellanos. The count runs full now, 3-2. Also, action going on in the bullpen for the Cutthroats as number 10 seems to be warming up. Here, number 10 being Evan Gale. Next pitch on the way. This one's lined deep into right. Going for it now is Wilson. And that's going to drop in for a base hit. That one just kind of died in the air there. We see a lot of times where the ball just carries. Sometimes where it just died, and that one fell in for a base hit. Castellanos, the third. So we're going to have a pitching conference on the mound, and maybe this might turn into a pitching substitution here. We shall soon see here. During this time, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors here for sponsoring your Boulder Collegians, including Alpine Bank. Been a great support, as well as the Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, and WK Real Estate, as well as Stretch Zone, proud supporters of your Boulder Collegians. And we are going to have a pitching change, so we'll be back in a minute with the change for you. You're watching today's baseball action on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Again, our score right now, 13-0 here on the bottom of the fourth. So Sobieschek comes up here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. New pitcher Evan Gale, lefty, coming up to pitch for Colorado Springs. So day is done, but book not yet closed on Garrison. As next pitch gets away from the catcher and Clune. Advancing over to second is Brett Williams. Here is now he gets on via the wild pitch. And now the count goes to 1-0 now on Sobieschek. But score 13-0, as this has been a huge offensive explosion here for Boulder. Next pitch taken for ball 2, 2-0 the count. Sobieschek this game 1 for 3 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored back in the second. Here we go now from Gale looking in. The 2-0 on the way. Is another ball. This one gets away from the catcher, Clune. Advancing each is both Castellanos and Brett Williams. Now the runner scores from third. That is a run scored attributed here for Sobieschek and 2, Garrett Garrison.
Please take advantage of dollar hot dogs.
But now the score 14-0 with Boulder ahead. Next pitch on the way, misses outside. Count goes to 3-0 now on Sobieschek. And excuse me, that's ball 4. Ball 4. So a walk here for Sobieschek. So runners still at the corners now. That will bring up Chase Hildy.
Now batting Eagle, Idaho, Chase.
So Hildy comes up batting righty against the lefty here in Gale. First pitch misses for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. 14-0. Your score here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Boulder scored at least 1 in every inning so far. The next pitch gets away from the catcher. Clune has to try and find it, but it doesn't get too far away. It's on the outer edge of the batter's circle. Brings the count out to 2-0. Hildy on the game here, 0 for 3 with a stolen base and a run scored back in the first, as well as reaching via an error. The 2-0. That one is a fastball taken for a strike on the low part of the zone. 2-1. Now the count. Boulder has been absolutely dominating this game. They've been playing excellent baseball. The 2-1. Another one in the dirt as Clune having a little trouble with it, but is able to keep it with him. The count goes to 3-1. But now with runners on third base, over at third, Brett Williams. Over at first is Isaac Sobieschek. Looking in now, Gale. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Count runs full now. 3-2. Here on Chase Hildy. So full count here with runners on at first and third. 1 out. The next pitch on the way is taken for strike 3 as Hildy goes down looking. And there are 2 outs now in the inning. That'll bring up Alec Martinez.
Now bad number 9, first baseman, from Colorado. Alec Martinez.
So now Alec Martinez comes up here, lefty. 2 outs here in the 4th. 14-0 your score. Next pitch on the way is another high drive into right field as Wilson has it scouted. He's there and makes the catch for the 3rd and final out. But more damage done by Boulder as they score another 4 runs off of 5 hits. No errors and 2 men left on as we head to the top half of the 5th. 14-0 your score.
Folks, we have dollar hot dogs, 2 color beers, a lot of other number of items here. Remember, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, the North Boulder Little League All-Star team who won today will be playing the next round of the game at Northern Lights 12U. Northern Lights Field in Thornton against Shredded Monarch. So let's wish the North Boulder 12U All-Stars luck for their game tomorrow.
New pitcher, number 22. I know exactly who it is, and I don't like it. Number 22, his name is Turnbow. I don't know his first name, though. Sky? Sky, S-K-Y? Yes.
What's his number?
22.
Now pitching for Boulder Collegians. Colorado Mesa by Turnbow.
What? S-P-Y? Well, they gotta tell me when they have new players. I know, so did the pitcher for the first game. No, I don't. What I not know?
Who gets the win in the game?
Oh, Calcao.
How many innings you have to go?
With 7 innings, it's a little funky. So
Now batting number 81, first baseman Dylan Scruggs.
So new pitcher on the mound here, Noah Tofan. Ready to pitch. Noah Tofan's day is done as Spy Turnbow, making his collegiate debut this year as the next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1 now on Scruggs. Is 0 for 1 on the day. Day is done for Noah Tofan. 1 inning pitch, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and a strikeout. The next pitch finds the low part of the zone as the count goes to 0-2 now. 14-0, your score, top half of the 5th inning. A big offensive show here. The tall righty's next pitch, a curveball, misses high as the count goes to 1-2. Spy Turnbow, his first pitching appearance this year for Boulder. Very tall righty. But made the next pitch swung on and fouled into the glove of Lucas Sevich for a strikeout. That's first out here of the inning. That'll bring up Logan Wilson. I was trying to say his height rivaling that of Nick Willems, who I've been told 6'9". Here. His parents came out here, and I really appreciate when the parents come out and tell me things I need to know on that point. And the thing that says 6'7", he's 6'9". Next pitch on the way to Logan Wilson is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-1.
Logan Wilson.
It's not Logan Wilson. I found out here. My apologies here. Not to at this point. That is going to be Blake Nelson up as next pitch. A ground ball down the first base line. That's going to go off the glove of Martinez for an E3. So pinch hitting for Logan Wilson is Blake Nelson. So Blake Nelson is on now at first via the E3, and that's going to bring up Trey McBroom to the dish. 14-0 your score here as now Turnbow ready. The next pitch on the way is low for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 here on McBroom. Next pitch on the way. Line right back up the middle. That's going to go for a base hit. Fielding it is Castellanos here. And that is a 1-out single here for Trey McBroom. As now on to second goes Blake Nelson.
That was a single for 45, Trey McBroom. Now batting number 40, shortstop Carson Sauter.
So now Carson Sauter comes up here in the inning here on the day. He's 1 for 2. Long look around for Turnbow as the next pitch taken for a strike as the count now goes to 0-1. Runners on at first and second, 1 out here in the inning. The strikeout there to Dylan Scruggs. Next pitch on the way from Turnbow. Another curveball misses it high, 1-1 the count. He's got the fastball locked in, but the curveball having a little trouble with the release point on it. So now a look over to second. Next pitch on the way is taken a little bit high, 2-1 the count. That's what I was about to say. There's some action going on in the bullpen here, but it's actually Evan Gale here who is pitching right now to a catcher. 14-0 the score. The 2-1 is taken for a strike on that fastball, and it's got some mighty zip to it. 2-2 the count. 14-0 your score. Next pitch on the way is lined into right field. Going for it is Zenicola. He's there, and he makes the catch. No advancement after the strong throw, as that one barely misses the cutoff man and Hildy, but Shane Crow was there to then cut that one off, and that is the second out of the inning. A strong throw by Zenicola.
Now batting number 35, second baseman Chris Gracia.
So Chris Gracia comes up. He's over 2, a couple of strikeouts on the day. Lefty v righty with Gracia being the lefty. Next pitch on the way. A fastball tries the outside corner. Doesn't get the call. Count goes to 1-0. 14-0. Your score with Boulder ahead. They scored 6 runs in the first inning and have not looked back. The 1-0 on the way. Swung on and missed a mighty hack there by Gracia. And now the count is 1-1. On at second is Blake Nelson. Trey McBroom on at first. Now Turnbow, the righty, is set. Next pitch on the way is inside for a ball. 2-1. Now the count. He now looks in here to Lukasevich. Gets the sign, ready to go. Turnbow looks around at the runners. The 2-1 on the way. Swung on and missed as the count goes to 2-2. That fastball definitely coming in at over 90 miles an hour. You know how fast that one is chiming in. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, 2 men on. Twos are wild. As now a long look in. Also number 22 is Spy Turnbow. Next pitch. This is high on the off speed as the count runs full now. 3-2. Nowhere left to put a dot on the scoreboard. Runners will be taking off on the pitch. 3-2 on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and I believe that is your ball game. Yes, it will be as Boulder wins this one. A final score of 14-0 via the mercy rule.
Boulder, 14 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors. For the Cutthroats, 0 runs on 1 hit, 4 errors. Winner. Winner is Hayden Calcao.
Right now, we are ready to go here. We'll be back in a few minutes with the happy totals. You're watching today's baseball game on Boulder Collegians Baseball YouTube. All right, we are here now with, first and foremost, the game saver of game one here, Brett Williams. Brett, how you doing, man? That was
Good, man.
awesome. Good. All right, so again, off in the room, let's talk about that at-bat here. First at-bat, bottom half of the seventh inning, 2-0 counts. We were talking a lot just between us about how much you're trying to drive the ball lately.
Yeah.
You're hitting a ton of singles here, but this was a big hit for you. Tell me a little bit about it.
I mean, yeah, I went up 2-0, and I knew we needed something big, so I was looking for a good pitch middle lane. Solid and protected.
So with that being said here, again, a lot of times in the later inning, especially in a one run wins it, you're looking for base hits, looking for anything you can. Your mentality was go yard, or what was your mentality?
I kind of wanted to set us home. Kind of wanted to.
Love it. Absolutely love it. You have been absolutely on fire hitting-wise lately. Your batting average now is around 500. Like, that's not a miss. That's 500. What has your approach been over the course of the season? How has it changed?
I think I've just got a lot more comfortable as the summer's gone on, and I haven't really changed much. I'm just trusting my swing. I know I can put a ball in play. So yeah, just getting more comfortable and trusting what I can.
Do you feel better when you are catching and hitting, or designated hitter hitting?
Probably catching and hitting. You're more like involved in the game. You don't really check out anymore.
Completely understand. Brett, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you.
All right, I'm now also joined by one Alec Martinez, my man. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, I mean, I'm doing great. You guys are just won 2 in a row, and I'm just like I talked about with Brett. You also hit a home run today, and that home run, I think people at home will be able to see that one almost cleared the protective fence, not just the regular one, the protective fence to where Scott Carpenter Park would have had a baseball in there. What did you see from that pitch?
It was 1-1. I was seeing the ball well, and I got it.
Can you come a little closer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was 1-1. I was seeing the ball well, and I was lucky enough to get a fastball that was up in the zone, and I was able to put a good swing on it and watch it go. So,
were you expecting to be playing today like this? Because in the first game, you came in for Woolwine as a pinch hitter, and then played the rest of that game at first, and then this game at first. Did you have any idea anything like this was going to happen for you today?
no, so I didn't think I knew I might have pitched. But when Derek said he was sick, I didn't even have my bag with me or anything. I just had a glove in my backpack. And I told the coaches, I was like, you know what, like, if I could go to first, I could jog around the bases. So, yeah, I mean, my quad's not 100% yet. I'm still working on it, but it's feeling good today. So I was like, you know what, do what I can.
I mean, you don't have to work your quad that much when you're jogging the bases after a mammoth mood shot there. But one thing I did want to talk to you about is that you're one of the only true two-way players on this team. We see you constantly hit and constantly pitch as well. Tell me a little bit about, like, how does your approach work day to day, not knowing fully what you're going to be doing, but when you have that opportunity, you're going to nail it?
I think Coach Tony's pretty good at communicating with me on like what I'm doing that day. So I kind of just like try to keep every day like the same, whether I'm pitching or I'm hitting. I just kind of keep my routine the same, do a lot of things the same, and it's able to it's like a superstition, kind of makes me feel comfortable. So whenever I'm out there, I can perform with my team.
I don't ever want to insinuate that Coach does not communicate with his players at all, because I'm on those text streams. I know that he's communicating with you guys here. But on that home run here, when you hit it, you obviously kind of pimped it a little bit. You just watched it play up. What was the first thing that went into your mind as soon as the ball cracked off the bat?
I didn't really feel anything, so I knew I got it good. And I saw, I looked up and saw him in there, and I know Scotty's kind of the ball flies to the right a little bit, so I knew it was going. And I don't know, it just instantly kind of took over from there. I guess I kind of, I felt good hitting it, so I don't know. It kind of just happened.
I feel it, man. One last question for you. So, again, we talked about your offense here. Let's talk a little bit about your defense. You played really good over at first base. You had a few good picks. You had one hard hit line drive over to you as well. That was a very good play, I would say, as a first baseman myself at this point. But tell me a little bit about your mentality at first base. You get not knowing you were going to play today. So you're now playing defense in a position for the first time this season. Talk to me a little bit about what you were feeling out there.
I've played first base. I've been like mainly a first baseman my whole life, I would say. So, I mean, I haven't played it since the spring got done. I've been in the outfield, but I was able to get pretty comfortable pretty quick, except for that ground ball that I missed. But I mean, it happens. Stuff happens. So no, but I mean, I've played there for a long time, so I was able to get comfortable pretty quick. So.
Good deal. Well, thank you so much for
Yes,
your
sir.
time, Alec Martinez. That was Alec Martinez here. 2 amazing games for Boulder, both through very different means. The first of which through a walk-off home run in the bottom half of the 7th. The second after a 14-0 Mercy Rule win for your Collegians. They have been playing some incredible ball as of late, but they're not done yet. They still have more to go here. They improved today to 17-4. They have been playing incredible baseball up in those ways here. So right now, pulling up the schedule here for Boulder as they have a couple more games coming up here, a few more days before the next one. Their next game is going to be back home here again on July 2nd, where they will be taking on the Fort Collins Foxes again in very much what might be a revenge match after the last time the Fort Collins Foxes gave them their first loss on the season earlier back on June 4th. Here, but it has been a great game so far and a great season so far for Boulder. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all real soon.